Not here yesterday, but are here today.
Recording in progress.
We recognize how our schedules can be hard to manage. And especially, let me welcome the representative from the U.S. Embassy, who just joined us this morning. Welcome. A few quick announcements before we get to the substance. You might have seen some announcements. We're in Kenya, all right? So Kenya is a very vibrant society. The youth are always asking the older ones, how's life? How do we move this country together? So you've probably seen some notices about planned demonstrations in the city by the young people. That's how they negotiated democracy. We've consulted among ourselves, and that alert will not affect our program. We will proceed. So after lunch, we will go to Gearbox and then to dinner. So we don't mean that you should ignore government alerts. We just mean that as a planning committee for this event, we've consulted, and the route we will be taken to Gearbox and the space that we occupy would not interfere, would not be close to where the demonstrations might take place. It's not even guaranteed. So be confident that we'll proceed as planned. Anything else about that? We're good. Same thing tomorrow. Again, Kenya is a very vibrant society. We live here, okay? So there's nothing wrong. If you see any alert, any other concern, just talk either to me or to, well, Mr. Kamau is here, and Mr. Devisi from the court is there, who will address whatever you need to address. That's all for logistics. If you have not yet booked for the bus to Gearbox or to dinner tonight, please do so. We are asking because we want to accommodate you. We don't, unless you have your own means of getting there. But the bus is limited in numbers, and if we have to get an additional transport, we will do it. But let us know on time. Now we have, I think, 29 people for Gearbox, 29, 30 for dinner, and how many? 25 for the cut tomorrow. Those are the numbers we have. So we're happy with that. Hoping that they're just accurate. Okay. All right. Any logistical questions for us? Given that we're moving around? No? Okay. Well, for those our colleagues who spoke yesterday, let me again thank you for your participation, for the insights you gave us. We had the welcome remarks yesterday morning from my AS host director, from our partner institutions, Swedish Embassy, Mr. Robert Song from the Chinese CEO Society, Mr. Kavanadu, Dr. Kavanadu, our partner and friend from the DSTI and CSIR, and from our host or overall lead in this effort of CISA 3034, under which is this initiative falls, Dr. Nados Bekele Thomas, CEO of NEPAD. So Dr. Brando gave us his keynote as overall lead of this effort, giving us a market analysis and a snapshot of the global semiconductor landscape and where Africa is located in that landscape. We had a panel on financing Africa's industrial transformation on the theme from mineral wealth to semiconductor markets. And that's the whole point. We have the minerals, we have to play in the high-tech space that the minerals sustain. We had a session on chips for the connected continent, the demand side case for local semiconductor manufacturing. And we heard that over and over again. Given the landscape of this industry, of this technology, the global dynamics, and where Africa is starting off from, we should look at the demand side more closely. We should be driven by demand, but not our own wishful thinking on what we want. We have the 1.5 billion market. Our industries are going. The free trade area wants to push strong, interconnected industrial efforts on the continent. And so we should look at the demand that's pulled by that dynamic. We had after that we had a kind of an open conversation, and then they rounded up with dinner. Now this morning we have just a few things to provide you. One, we have a video that would show will give you a virtual. Well, let me clarify here. The video would be on from a virtual metro mechatronics. All right, I got it. Video on virtual mechatronics lab, an immersive drone assembly and integration demonstration. I think our video people are ready. Joe, you are? All right. Remember yesterday? Okay. And then after that video, we would have a panel on global partnerships for integration and development. We have good partners here, and we want to look at how we can work together, specifically on the chips industry and the chips effort for the continent, the semiconductor. We will have a tea break and then come back for the last session of the day. There's 2 sessions today. Building Africa's semiconductor talent pipeline from classroom to clean room. There are the 2 sessions that we have this morning. In between, the conveners and co-leaders of this effort have consulted on the discussion that we've been holding and our side chats, and we'll make some announcements for what we plan to do for the next 1 year. The energy that you've given us by being here and these vibrant conversations, we don't want to dampen that at any point. We want to build on the momentum that you bring along and make sure that we keep alive and get some things for us together to celebrate and continue in 1 year from now. So there'll be a few announcements to be made by with our overall lead, and then I have one more session here in the afternoon. Signal to structure, designing the financial architecture for African semiconductors. So that's what we have today. Please stay with us. We appreciate how you were focused yesterday. Let's keep more focused this morning and finish and get out to Gearbox. Joe, do you have the video ready? Yes. Please.
Good evening. My name is Wakesha, and I am actively, actually at the moment, I am navigating a scene within virtual reality. I worked on developing a drone assembly plant. I did it in Unity, and I effected it in virtual reality where I can be able to navigate it as a learning resource. Currently in the scene, and we are standing on what we call the main fuselage line. If you look towards the very front, you will see 2. We have designed it in a T formations of which we can be able to create the wings from the left wing line and the right wing line. So we begin. At this point, we are placing the fuselage body on top of the carrier. We are adding the PCB that we designed and the battery. We head to the main fuselage top placement section where we put in the top cover and the stands on which the drone rests. Here we put the nose of the fuselage and the rear motor propeller bracket. Here we are putting the horizontal stabilizers, and then here we place the vertical stabilizers. At this station, we place the rods. These are the support rods on which the wings will be mounted. At this point, we are on the left wing line. All the actions are repeated and they are exact on the right wing line as well. We are placing the motor bracket and then the propellers for all the wings. And then at this point, we are able to bring all the wings together to form a complete product.
Wonderful. We done? We done? Wonderful. Thank you. Can we give a little acknowledgement? Thank you. Thank you. May I ask who provided the video?
Virtual mechatronics lab.
All right. So that's a quick preview of what we'll see tomorrow when we go to the card. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chancellor. All right, let me invite the first session for this morning to come on stage. That will be moderated by Mr. Nee Simmons. Nee, you know your team. You've been preparing for it. Please come and invite your team to stage. Oh.
We gotta be on the
No,
stage.
let the guys come and arrange the seating.
I can help out too.
No, let it come around. All right. 1 second, let me make sure that. Four, put four. Yeah.
Another mic, two microphones.
There's 4 cameras. Or there's 5.
Okay, bring one more.
Bring one more. Let's just do the other camera. All right, gentlemen.
Just a moment.
And which I said, I'm the moderator, so I decided to choose.
At the center or at the side?
Yeah, I'll the other.
No, you're the boss.
Okay, that's fine.
Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? This is our first panel. My name is Nee Simmons. I wear many hats. I'm the Executive Director for Diaspora Country Index. We benchmark and profile a country's ability to engage in diaspora. And this gives a country a framework of how to not only engage in diaspora, but what are some steps they can take to attract diaspora to provide technical assistance and mentorship, but also potential impact capital where it makes sense. Today, after yesterday, we had a really great first day. We talked to some industry participants. I missed actually half of that the first day, but this panel will talk about some of the things that were highlighted yesterday, and they'll also do it from a practical level, but they represent different facet of industries, either public and private, and actually also talk about potential for opportunities to collaborate, and also what are they doing to build linkages to some firms in their countries. We have somebody here from the U.S. government. We have an entrepreneur who does a lot of work around prototyping. I believe today we're going to go see his facility, if I'm not mistaken, and then another entrepreneur and industry expert. So without further ado, I'll get the panel started, and let's start with Dr. Kamal. Go ahead. So if you could just sort of state your name, your bio, or state your name, and then your briefly talk about what your entity does, and then we'll go down the line, and then we'll go to the Q&A.
All right, so thanks very much, and good morning to everybody. It's very exciting to be here. Actually, the affiliation that's on the program that is attributed to me is not correct. I'm not in a semiconductor company. We're in a SMT company, which is a company that puts together the PCBs that the actual chips sit onto. So we do PCB fabrication and assembly. It's a contract manufacturing firm here in Nairobi, and you'll be visiting later today. We're very happy to welcome you to see what we do today. Besides that, I also wear a different hat, which is that I'm coming from an academic background. I was teaching material science for many years at the University of Nairobi. And in the process, together with some of my colleagues, we were doing some exploration of minerals in Kenya. And we finally now have a mineral license, which does include rare earth elements and coltan and what are generally classified as critical minerals. And so we're very pleased to have the license finally. And that's the second hat that I'm wearing here today. So thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Amir Lord. I work with the National Information Technology Development Agency in Nigeria, NITDA. NITDA is an entity of the government that is mandated with regulating and developing IT practices in Nigeria. Generally, how technology is being adopted responsibly. Thank you. It's nice to be here.
And good morning, Ryan Hollowell. I'm the commercial counselor for the Department of Commerce here at the U.S. Embassy. Prior to my arrival here last summer, I spent 4 years in Costa Rica, where obviously they have a very large ATP and semiconductor ecosystem. Prior to that, I was in Vietnam as well. So the Intel folks don't like it when I say that they followed me to Vietnam and then back to Costa Rica. We'll save that for another discussion. But here to just kind of talk about, frankly, the changes. When there's an elephant in the room, you introduce it. So we're here to talk about the changes, the adjustments, what supply chain security means these days, and just kind of the overall role, how to support these global partnerships moving forward to create the jobs that the continent needs.
Great. Thank you, Ryan. So the panel today is global partnerships for integration and development. Partnerships are key for developing a product or service, and you're trying to get to market. And, what better way to start this discussion than having talk about some of these partnerships. I'm glad, Ryan, you mentioned you did a lot of people don't know that Costa Rica actually has a version in ATP industry, assembly, test, and packaging. I was actually in Costa Rica about 9 years ago, and the country is a beautiful country. Actually, I think it's one of the biggest producers of pineapples, but also I believe Intel has a big facility down there.
Yeah.
Ryan, could you tell me, how what did the Costa Rica government how did that manifest? How did the Costa Rica put itself on a map to develop that type of partnership and to attract a company like Intel? And I'm sure that it didn't happen overnight.
Yeah, no, it's a fascinating story because everyone, when you think of Costa Rica, you think of pineapples, you think of exporting coffee, sugar, what have you. Actually, their number one export is medical devices. About 3 billion a year alone goes to the United States for medical devices. It's easier to talk about what medical devices aren't manufactured there than which ones are in terms of company representation. And so I think what they did maybe about the early to mid 90s was make a very concerted effort and commitment to the development of their free trade zones alongside the medical device sector. Once that was fully developed, Intel came in at about 28 years ago, Corvo right around the same time, Teradyne, and a few others, to the point that they had about 14 different companies that were represented there in the market. So it was a big focus on partnerships with universities. Universities like Arizona State University, Purdue University, and others, but also a big partnership on, how do you keep energy costs low? Because that's obviously a major part of it. And how do you create that business enabling environment to the point where they offer a 10-year tax holiday for investments? And so that is that first carrot. Last year, the country had about $5.2 billion of FDI. About $4 billion of that was reinvestments to continue that tax holiday. So they do a lot of great customer care as part of that too. But a lot of it obviously starts, you're not going to get anywhere if you don't have the partnership with industry, the partnership with universities to develop the workforce that's needed.
Great. That's a fascinating take on how Costa Rica put itself on the map. And I didn't realize that you said 3 billion of medical devices. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it Dr. Lowell?
Yeah.
Dr. Lowell, could you tell us in TDA? You did give us a okay. Okay. I was just told that we actually have two other speakers online. I apologize. I jumped the gun. Could we have Brent go ahead and make remarks of what he does and his name and what he does, and we can kick that off. I'm sorry for the two speakers that I wasn't aware that there were two other speakers online. Go ahead, Brent.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clearly.
Oh, that's great. So I'm Brent Ondahl. I represent Global Wafers America. I'm the Executive Vice President for Government Relations. And we are the third largest silicon wafer or semiconductor wafer producer in the world. We make the essential ingredient that chip makers use to make the chips that power the world. We have a global footprint across East Asia, the United States, and Europe. And we play a critical role in the semiconductor supply chain. There's been a real effort to regionalize over the last couple of years, and we've been part and parcel of that. We're making a major expansion right now in the United States. So I personally, just from a personal perspective, I've spent 7 years on the continent of Africa, not in a semiconductor capacity, but I have an interest in the development of this industry there. Although I will say our company is not engaged in Africa. We do believe that over the next couple of decades, there are opportunities there to pursue. From an overall perspective, partnerships are essential. And I believe this has probably been discussed in the forum to date. But sequencing is important as well. And so, as a continent, we need to be thinking in an industry, where are the essential entry points to grow the industry here, to build an ecosystem that's going to thrive. Probably at the high end and the low end, from my perspective. The barriers to entry are pretty low on the design side, although competition is fierce. On the lower end, picking up on mineral resources and growing from there along the mineral supply chain. In our case, would be for silicon, not only mining and then potentially moving up the supply chain towards refining and making metallurgical grade silicon that could then enter the supply chain and make its way into the chip. So looking forward to discussing some of these things as we go, but thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Brent, and I apologize. I was just made aware of you being online. The next presenter online is Travis. Travis, could you go ahead and say a bit about your title and your company?
Hi, yes, thank you. Thank you. Can everybody hear and see? Can everybody hear?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks, Nate. And I'd like to thank everybody there for pulling this together. Apologies, I'm not able to join you. I'm in DC and it's very early in the morning here. Just a quick orientation on where I sit relative to the other panelists. I spent 12 years at the U.S. Department of Commerce working the semiconductor policy across three administrations, and I now advise both sides of the investment equation. So on the one side, I advise at my Silicon Compass, the firm I work for, I advise semiconductor companies deciding where to put the next site here in the United States. And then also on the other side, I work very closely with some state governments, local governments here in the United States, trying to answer that question, how to attract companies, how to build ecosystems. So I'm not the manufacturer like Brent. I'm not the government. Government was like Brian. But I'm the advisor who's been in a room where these decisions are actually getting made. So on both sides of the table. Here's where I come down, and I'll just say it straight. The playbook for building semiconductor capacity in kind of an emerging market is not a mystery. Taiwan, Korea, Malaysia, we talked about Costa Rica today, Vietnam, to all degrees, they all kind of run variations of the same playbook. So I just use this opportunity to plug the Semiconductor Industry Association and the Boston Consulting Group published a report last year called Attracting Chip Investment. And I would encourage everybody who wants to know what's needed to build a chip industry to read that report. It's very, very good. They ran all kinds of variations of the same, frankly, what's needed. So I'll come back to kind of some of the models during the discussion, but first was that anchor tenant ecosystem building. Pick one or two real partners and organize everything else around them, making them successful. Second, you really have the sequence value chain entry, and I'll be direct. That's not building a fab like Brent mentioned. The design part of the sector is one real entry point that I think could be viable for the continent. And then third, building it's got to be a quantitatively rigorous value proposition. One that speaks to the language of the corporate site selection team, which is numbers, not adjectives, not announcements. So with that, I'll just kind of kick it back over to you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that, and my apologies to you to not acknowledge you earlier, and I appreciate you making the time to. Wow, it must be 4 a.m. out there in DC. Thank you for waking up so early. Appreciate it. So let's let me pose some questions, and feel free. Maybe I'll start here to my right. In this industry, as complicated and as sophisticated as it is, partnerships are key. Partnerships and collaborations are key for growth. You can have two competitors who are competing, but they all get the same inputs, or they're using the same um, design software and what have you. Um, Everyone talks about partnerships, but what is one specific partnership made, public, private, cross border, diaspora, like that you believe can realistically move Africa from m- raw materials into higher value semi activities like design, packaging, and the like? So maybe you could start out because you're unique from the standpoint that you have gearbox, which is prototyping. You're also I'm not gonna call you academic, but you understand the academic side, the research side, but you also understand from a consumer side of things, just because Gearbox is sort of integrated solve in the local community. So maybe you can kind of speak from macro level, but bring it down to a level where it can link to this ecosystem.
Yeah, thank you. So, in fact, I'll do it in the reverse. I'll begin with some examples of how we've benefited from partnerships in our own company, and then build up to a more broad picture. But so we began as Gearbox Pan African Network, which is a platform, an ecosystem player for encouraging local manufacturing. It's a non-profit, still running. And the idea was just to bring in young people, and not necessarily young people, anybody who has an idea, that for them it would be very difficult to start manufacturing because the capex required to buy equipment and so on is so much higher than, say, for example, people in software. And we've seen a lot of success with young people who have a good software idea in fintech and so on ever since M-Pesa came on the scene in Kenya, doing very well, being able to raise money and so on. So our question to ourselves is, how can this be made more easy to happen within a hardware context towards getting manufacturing? So we trained a lot of people on a variety of third industrial revolution type technologies, fourth a little bit as well, CNC machining, creating circuits and so on. And so as a result of having a certain number of people who had the skills around PCB design, and also we had a very small pick and place machine and were able to make the circuits, we got the attention of our partner in the company you're coming to visit this afternoon, which is Europlacer. Europlacer is one of the top companies making the equipment for surface mount technology, which is SMT. And so they were looking to enter the African market. They looked around, and because we existed, it was then a much easier entry into Africa to come and partner with us than to say, try to set something up where you have an expatriate team coming to live in Africa and the expense and cost is very high. So that was a very good way to get tech transfer and to get the company running with a partner that knows exactly what they're doing. I think from a more broad perspective, when we look at the examples, for example, Vietnam, I remember a recent article in a magazine called The Continent that made a comparison between Tony Gidenji, who's sitting in the room, STL, who has a foundry here in Kenya, with very unique and unusual accomplishment, and very important as well. But he was unable to get the sort of government support that a similar company in Vietnam recently got. They got, from what I've read on the internet, 500 million invested. So the question is, how did they get to do that and we don't, or we can't, or we didn't rather? And I guess that's the whole purpose for this meeting. And I think leveraging whatever we have, beginning even with the market. So if we say, where are the semiconductors going? If I take a couple of examples, smart meters, there's at least a market of about $1 billion a year on the continent, USD. If we take an example of laptops that are used in school education systems and so on, and all these other kinds of things where chips are going in, we have large enough markets to justify investment from government that'll give a payback. And so the kinds of partnerships I believe that can make this happen is if you have the market and you have companies in developed economies that are looking to expand their markets, then there's conditions that we can pose as African states and say, well, if you want to access our markets, you will need to come and do the production on the continent. And they will say, well, we can't do that if you don't have ABC in place. And so a trained workforce, various other supply chain kinds of questions, incentives from government, and so on and so forth. So I think a lot of these are starting to shape up on the continent in a manner that will make partnerships a lot more viable. And the last one I'll quote or mention quickly is with regard to critical minerals. There are enough examples in Asia where access to critical minerals were leveraged by the countries that had those minerals to gain instead, or in exchange, IP and process IP and various other things whereby both partners benefit. So they're getting the critical minerals at a cost that will make them more competitive against their own competitors in their own environment, and they're giving up a certain amount of IP and partnership that's set up in Africa or in those countries in the example I was giving, in order to be able to have this win-win type situation. So I think we just need to look at what we have and leverage it in a manner that makes partnerships obvious and build up to the point where we have that ability if we haven't already got it right now.
Yeah, no, that's I love those examples, especially the case that you mentioned meters. Earlier this morning, Dr. Tony and I, we were in talking. His client right now is the Kenyan government, and the meters. I mean, think about how many homes are built on a on a yearly basis, condos, dorms, and what have you. Here's a company, STL, that can build some of these meters, or I'm sorry, they can build some of the chips that support the meters, right? And then IoT, right? That's just, so that's a beautiful example. Dr. Lowell, you sit at a very interesting, you represent government, I believe.
Yes.
So from your standpoint, governments are not only important, they're an integral part of operating in a country and a region. Without government support, especially around licensing and what have you, you're not going to be able to even operate. So I'm curious, there's some entrepreneurs, when they enter a market, they're very wary of the government. And I'm curious, what are how are these? How do you tell an entrepreneur who's coming into a country like Nigeria that you're not only there to support or to regulate, but also to support their ambitions in terms of collaborations and partnerships? If you could speak to that point, because as a regulator, you are a regulator, I believe.
Yeah.
Right. As a regulator, you have really two jobs. One is to make sure that there's no systematic risk that could harm, or that people are abiding to the code of doing business in Nigeria. And two, you're meeting industry standards, or it's IEEE or what have you. So if you could speak to that, I appreciate it.
Thank you very much for that question. So, first of all, at the risk of repeating what has been said yesterday, the demand profile was clearly stated in terms of Africa, but narrowing down to Nigeria specifically, a country of over 200 million, a large percentage young people ready to learn and everything. And when you talk about entrepreneurship, for us, for example, in Nigeria, that young percentage of individuals have a great percentage of that entrepreneurial ecosystem and everything. For us, as you said, government. For me, NIDA wears two caps, as I said earlier. We develop and we regulate. In terms of development and the regulation, we provide, if I may say, the enabling environment by providing the necessary regulatory instruments that will provide that incentives, the tax breaks, and everything. But of course, when we do these instruments, we follow a concept. I don't know if you've read the prosperity paradox. There's a concept of market creating innovations. That's what we took. And now when we look at regulations, we look at it from perspective of market created regulations. What are the necessary regulations we put out there that will catalyze demand from the use cases side? And also, how do we create those industries to create the partnerships to build this semiconductor industry? It's pretty nascent in Nigeria, different verticals. Another thing we do in NIDA, we operate horizontally. So we're able to provide that coordination in terms of this subject we're talking about. For example, with education. Because yes, I think the first day I was discussing about the semiconductor value chain in Nigeria and what it means for us in government, and I discovered that when you start talking about that, you have, for us in Nigeria, more than 5 or 6 ministries and agencies that have to collaborate to this, from the raw materials to value. And coordination is very important. So one thing we could do is providing that collaboration platform, and then also from numbers you could see the demand profile is increasing in Nigeria, from broadband penetration to skills and everything. One of a similar work we've done with our sister ministry was to see how we integrate digital skills in our curriculum in Nigeria, which is a systematic solution to having skills. And as part of that, we had a collaboration with Chipmango, a design firm for building capacity. So ours is a horizontal engagement, collaboration, facilitating the things that will make entrepreneurs get it easy and enabling in Nigeria. Thank you.
Wow, no, that's thank you for that. You know, as being I'm an American, but I'm also Ghanaian. My parents are both from Ghana. A lot of entrepreneurs who are trying to, especially in the drug discovery. I have a background in biotech. I used to work in biotech pharma industry, and that industry is heavily regulated globally. Um, a lot of entrepreneurs, when they're looking to in a market, they're wary of some things you're talking about, but it also sound like you are really open to not make entrepreneurs' lives um, um, make it harder than it is, but you also want to be a true partner, because at the end of the day, you represent government.
Yes.
Your job is also to um, have people abide by regulatory norms for Nigeria, but also same time make it have a conducive environment for investment climate to flow. So that's very key. And thank you for those remarks. I think we'll go online. So we heard from our friend from Gearbox, which we're going to visit later this afternoon. Really excited for that. We heard from the government side, and now what I want, the next speaker, I want to talk from a global wafers standpoint. For a company like Global Wafers, which has a global footprint, you have a company, Gearbox, that does a lot of work with prototyping. You have a fabulous entrepreneur who was educated in the States, former diaspora. You have a government regulator. What does it take for Global Wafers to expand its global footprint to the African continent? And if not, what will it take for you to come to Africa?
That's a great question, Nee. I hope you can see me now. I didn't have my camera on previously.
We can see you clearly now. The rain is gone.
Great. All right. Glad to have a good picture. Well, the number one factor for expanding really into any market is whether the demand offtake is there. I mean, we manufacture close to our clients, our customers. So, we service all the major chip manufacturers from TSMC, Intel, Micron, Samsung. And so we really got pulled back to the United States. I mean, the technology that we use to manufacture really developed in the United States and then migrated to East Asia over the last 3 decades. But with this demand pool, both in Europe and the United States, we've built now new advanced 300 millimeter fabrication or production facilities in Europe and the United States. So, the major factor to that has been the demand pool, but it was also coupled with an industrial policy that facilitated that. And what I mean by that is risk offtake by governments in the form of incentives in a policy environment that make it viable for us to be able to manufacture. Ours is a very capital intensive industry. And so, it's necessary to have that additional push. Thirdly, I would say the infrastructure has to be in place, and having again spent 8 years living and working in the continent, I've been able to see that in many countries where I've worked and is an issue, but to the extent that we use power and water at a very large scale, not just us, but the chip manufacturers. So governments need to make it a priority if you're going to bring semiconductor manufacturing to the government. And then, of course, a stable policy environment. I think that probably has been talked about at large. Taking these facts into consideration, my take on this is, and Travis mentioned this as well, I think the entry point is the high end and the low end. They're very bright and capable PhDs. Many of the design firms hire overseas. This is a good touch point to get into the industry, just from the IC design perspective. At the low end, Africa really needs to take its natural assets and build upon them. The mineral deposits are off the charts. I can't really speak to rare earth minerals, but I can speak to silicon. The way that the supply chain works today is that silicon is manufactured from high-grade quartz deposits. Those are primarily mined today in Brazil, Australia, and then enter the supply chain after being mined, primarily 80% of which is sent to China to be processed into metallurgical grade silicon. That metallurgical grade silicon has maybe a 99 or 98% purity level that needs to be refined to a 99.99999, out 11 digits past the decimal, to be able to enter the semiconductor supply chain. The IP there is very intensive. There are not many companies that have that. The process is called the Siemens process, to move metallurgical grade silicon into semiconductor grade silicon. Companies, the market leaders are Hemlock Semiconductor, which is based here in the United States, and Wacker, which is based in Germany. There's Japanese players that are large as well. But even then, at that level, the silicon is not pure enough for manufacturing of chips. We take it one step further by taking that ultra pure polysilicon, melting it, and creating monosilicon ingots that are 600 pounds, 8 or 9 feet tall. And through this refining process, we create the elements necessary for a semiconductor to perform the way that our modern economy expects it to. We take those ingots, we wafer them, we polish them, we dope them, we etch them, we put an epitaxial layer on them, and we send them to the chip manufacturers, who then do their magic from there. So, from a strategic point of view, if I'm going to approach this putting on my Africa cap, you really take where you are, develop those mining deposits. There's so much experience in mining in Southern Africa, but the deposits exist in West Africa as well. Egypt is actually the one country that I think is furthest along and has shown that they can mine metallurgical grade silicon and process it on the continent. Building on that and then moving up the value chain, competing against China, if you can. That's going to be a difficult thing, to create that metallurgical grade polysilicon. And then think about how you take that refining process to the next. So I hope that helps. It's kind of a perspective that could probably be replicated in some of the other minerals, rare earth minerals, that are used primarily by chip manufacturers, whether they're compound semiconductors or through the etching and doping process, to use those metals that they need to get the properties that they need. But that's just kind of a case study of what can be done, considering that if the policy environment can be put in place and the infrastructure as well.
Yeah. No, thank you for that, Brent. Basically, having an investment climate that can attract the likes of you, your company and others is key for um, being one of the Asian tigers. So I really appreciate that context. Ryan, I want to go to you. You represent not only the Commerce Department but USG on the partnership standpoint. When we have a Africa Chips WhatsApp group, and Ola and I manage it. Ola started, and I'm part of his team as two co-founders. Past 3 years, we've been sort of trying to get the name out. Say, hey, look, Africa's ready. Africa can be the next Wakanda, right? Without Africa, without our vibranium, you wouldn't have AI and all these things. So we have to. It's a natural part of the evolution for Africa to be a part of this um, global supply chain. From the U.S. standpoint, U.S. government standpoint, and I know you can talk on behalf of all the Commerce Department. How key are partnerships for you and collaborations? And let's be mindful, the U.S. government also has partnerships with India and other countries. I'm just curious, what will it take for Africa to develop those same type of partnerships too?
No, I think it's great, and thank you for that. At the end of the day, Africa is central to the future of supply chains, and I don't think that is fallen to this administration. It has not been missed to this administration. Kind of to Brent's point, from the critical minerals all the way through to the opportunities. And you're talking $1 billion market cap on just smart meters alone. You have what not just the government of Kenya, but the region in the sub-Saharan Africa and the continent are looking to do with respect to AI, from tax collection to healthcare. As we roll out these healthcare frameworks, it is all central to that, and all of it will be sustained and survive because of the supply chain and semiconductors. So it is part of a broader digital and industrial approach from the U.S. government standpoint, and frankly, as Brent was kind of alluding to too, is trying to how do you continue that diversification away from a single source, a single country, and a single dependency as well. So the partnerships are there. I think some of it does come down to the policy aspects of it as well that are very important if you're looking to, from the design to the ATP to the chemicals to all up and down the supply chain. I think the policy plays a big part of it as well. The Strategic Goods Control Bill is a major, I think, opportunity that is continuing to progress that we're super excited about, from the implementation, just to make sure that you want more semiconductors, you want more chips, you want more AI, you want more data centers. Well, we want to make sure it's not going into the wrong hands. It's going to the hands that it's dependent upon. And so I think those partnerships are key. Those policies are key to, frankly, helping us work with the Kenyans to wave the hands to accentuate that as well, and to get that word out to industry. As Brent said, in a couple of decades, it might be the right time for a global wafers. Not to put words in his mouth, but I just did again. But now is a time where you have to start planning for that. Now is a time where you really have to start planning for that with that forward-looking approach in order to be successful in this. Because we know what the future of the African economy is. We know what the future of the African workforce is. It is, and the future of the global workforce is here. And so now is the time to kind of lay those partnerships and those foundations, whether it's with the universities to help start developing the curriculum here. Do a lot of curriculum sharing. Purdue University, Arizona State University, all the others are doing a lot of great curriculum sharing with local, with overseas universities. Everybody talks about visas. Don't get me wrong, that is always a big hiccup. But why don't we just try to bring that curriculum here with some of those partnerships? That is out there and that is available. And frankly, that's a way to reach even more people than just the 10, 20, 30, few hundred folks that maybe go back to the US or go up to Europe as well for studies. So I think that's a way to expand that approach and expand that partnership model, to frankly make sure that the continent is getting the resources and the opportunities that it needs and deserves.
No, thank you for that, Ryan. That's a really great viewpoint from your perspective. I want to open this up to questions in a bit, but I want to give Travis the time to ask or answer the question about partnerships. Um, with 2 or 3 minutes, you can sort of talk about some ways that in perspective from your what you the company you represent, what are some ways that Africa can develop strategic partnerships, just so like you see in South Asia?
Thank you for that question. I mean, that's the right question. And here's the thing most people miss about the semiconductors. This industry doesn't work without partnerships. It's a history of deep partnerships. You know, Samsung buys equipment from the US. Intel uses equipment from the Netherlands. You know, TSMC makes chips designed, by American firms. So it's very much, so the good news is Africa, for Africa, the door isn't closed. The industry is already hardwired for cross-border partnership. The question, I think, isn't whether American partners will be welcome. The question is, what does Africa bring to the table that's worth partnering for? But, and Brent talked about this when I was getting prepared for this panel. I mean, it's really where the minerals come in, and that's, but not the way most people think. I think, shipping things like raw cobalt, silica, going beyond the some of the things that Brent mentioned, that's commodity strategy. If you just focus on it, I think the semiconductor play here is processing those minerals to kind of electronics grade purity, right there in Africa. That's where the value jumps by 10, 20, 50 times. I think Brent can probably check my math on that. Purifying, silica, sand, electronics grade silicon, is a real industry. That's just one example. Titanium, cobalt, graphite, these are all things that I think Africa has in abundance, and the ability to process those is really going to be. So the partnership model that makes most sense to me, just looking at the future, African governments could identify 2 or 3 minerals to materials segments where they can credibly compete. They can find an anchor customer, say a Samsung or another semiconductor company, special chemicals company who wants to, supply chain diversification. And I think one of the previous panelists talked about a quid pro quo for minerals for IP, for example, structure kind of a joint venture along the lines of maybe offtake agreements that brings technology and demand at the same time. And then, use that first thing to pull the next layer of suppliers. I mean, this is kind of the way the players that are in the space now, the Taiwans, the Vietnams, even the Koreas started at the very base level, they just built on. I think consistency and partnerships are really key to just being in it for the long term. I mean, it's not glamorous, it's not a fad at first, but it's real. It's within reach for Africa over the next 5 to 10 years. So that would be the way I would talk about partnership and think about partnership.
Great. Thank you for that, Travis. We're going to open it up now to questions, and also please, the tech team, let me know if there's any questions online that I'm not aware of. So let's open it up. Give about 5-10 minutes. We're probably gonna go over it a little bit, but I'll allow that. Let the organizers please cut me off. So if you can state your name and your affiliation, and just make it short, nice and sweet, the question you want to answer, so we can, maybe we take a bunch, maybe we do 3 or 4. So yeah, here we go. Brando, I think.
My name is Brando Okolo. I have a question for Brian, for Brent, and for Travis, and also questions for Dr. Musa, Lawal, and of course for Dr. Kamal. For the two gentlemen online and for Brian, I just wanted to know if you currently have any conversations or any discussions you're having in terms of developing any aspect of the semiconductor value chain in Africa. And for Dr. Lawal, for Dr. Lawal, from a regulatory point of view, are there regulations being developed for either the digital economy or for electronics hardware in Nigeria? And for Dr. Kamal, given the current challenges you have as an end user within the semiconductor value chain, what would you want both Mr. Lowell or Dr. Lowell from a regulatory point of view, and the gentleman online and Brian, what would you want them to, or how would you want them to support your work? Thank you.
Let's do this. Since that was a lot of questions, let's just take it and then we'll go into a bunch. So let's do online first. Who online? Maybe Travis, you want to take that? Was it to Travis or both? Yeah. So let's do online, and then we'll go down to the floor.
Yeah, great. Thank you for that question. Certainly, it's on the radar. I think kind of how I outlined earlier, I think they're really looking at the continent as an opportunity for, to address some of the resiliency issues we have related to the critical minerals, the rare earths. I think that could be, again, I think that's a huge play, a very big, important play that the continent can make in starting to carve out a niche, a role in building that resiliency in the globe for some of those really critical minerals. Because without them, right now we're experiencing, there's concerns there might be a shortage of helium because of the conflict in Iran, the war there. And so, there's always opportunity, I think, to leverage the role that Africa has in critical minerals and rare earths to carve out a real role in the semiconductor supply chain. But I think Brent might have some other ideas as well.
Go ahead, Brent.
Yeah, I'll just say, yeah, hi. In a word, no, we're not having any discussions at all about facilities or partnerships in Africa per se. So again, what's critical is the demand pool. I mean, Northern Africa's proximity to Europe may be an opportunity to, as Travis said, follow the playbook possibly of Costa Rica or of the Philippines in entering the supply chain. But I think the better play is the mineral deposits and then building up the value chain from there. But our industry, we're one rung down from the chip makers. We call the wafer the actual semiconductor. The integrated circuit is what is implanted on that. We're digesting, major investments now, both rungs of the industry in the United States and Europe, and to some extent in other places in East Asia. So, these are 10 to 20-year investment cycles. So, the challenge for Africa is to enter the value chain at the right place, and then start to get the policies and the infrastructure in place to attract the manufacturing. But I know that the capabilities are out there. I spent 3 years in Africa, or 3 years in Nigeria, and I spoke with software entrepreneurs all the time who went and studied in the United States, spent 10 years in the industry, and came back to Nigeria and started software businesses. I mean, Nigeria has a great playbook for that. So the question becomes for governments, how do you replicate that in semiconductors themselves, both from a manufacturing point of view, And so, building on the diaspora, having very concerted industrial development programs to attract it. It doesn't happen by accident, but you do have some assets there to enter the value chain that are a little bit different from the East Asian countries. So you need to play to those strengths.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Now we're going to come to the floor. And just real quick, because we're short on time, if you can just give a yes, we can give me a second. How about
Yeah, sure. So the question was, what is it that we can benefit from a business perspective in terms of U.S. government, perhaps, or companies and local government, and what kind of things would we like to see happen to make business easier? And for sure, we can begin with, and my.
So what do you need from the government?
Yes, yes. So in terms of what we need, it's very clear. It's been stated already. If there could be government as a customer, would be very important. So when I gave the example of the smart meters, it's so obvious. If you're spending about $1 billion as a continent importing meters from outside of the continent, then you're simply exporting jobs, high quality jobs. And so that could be an immediate gain for companies like ours. There's also, for us, and my partner, co-founder is sitting over here, Latif. He's the COO of the company and CTO. And he could, I'm sure, sort of say a lot more. But from the taxation perspective, in terms of when we're importing components, there's certain components that if we were able to import them at lower import duty levels, it would make us more competitive for sure. So very often people wonder, how on earth can you compete with such a very low margin industry like assembling of PCBs with China? It is very difficult, but it is possible for sure. It's happening. We saw Amal yesterday in Nigeria also doing the same thing, and there are various companies in North Africa doing it. But again, you have to really look and see at specific things that can be done, like the taxes and tax holidays and things like that could even be more beneficial for long-term survival. So these are things that I think are critical. Now, I'll say something also about the mining. From the mineral perspective, same question. We remember when we discovered the minerals here in Kenya, we did it as an academic exercise and then converted that academic exercise into getting a license from the government for exploration. And exploration is extremely expensive when you do it properly. To properly fully de-risk a deposit, you have to be able to core drill and so on, and we didn't have that money. So we spoke to people from the US, companies from the US, from Israel, South Africa, and from China. And the gentleman who was here yesterday, Robert Sun, the Chinese gentleman, actually introduced us to 15 companies in China. And one of them gave us a deal that they said, because we had the academic know-how and we knew how to navigate the government, they want to partner with us. So they will pay for the exploration, but they'll partner with us in the actual mining because they want us to open up other opportunities as well. So it's leveraging, because they're not on the ground in the way that we are. They don't understand the culture in the way that we do. And also we academically knew what we're talking about. So that's something, again, that I think can be duplicated across the continent.
And that's a beautiful case study of a true collaboration and partnership. If you can't find money, find somebody who has a vested interest in partnering.
And last thing, I know I've taken up too much time, but there's the China plus one policy that the US has that's trying to see whether they can diversify from supply dependence on China. And that actually took Tony and I to the US 2 years ago from Meg Whitman, who was the ambassador here. It fell apart with the new administration, but I think that's something else that we should want to see whether we can leverage. We're not pro-China, we're not pro-US, we're pro-Africa, but we want to benefit from whoever, right?
Pro jobs.
We only have we're trying to get more questions. It's just less than a minute, and then.
Okay. So the question was regulations around hardware. The answer is yes. NIDA is working closely with Standard Organization of Nigeria that has a mandate of ensuring standardized consumption in the country in terms across various sectors, machineries, software, and all that. So the standards are there. NIDA are working closely with that entity to ensure that for hardware consumed into the country, we have those regulations. Going down to that level of what we are discussing here, nothing clearly for now, but as you can see from a company from Nigeria, Amal, when setting up, there are regulations they will have to follow to set up in their own day-to-day activities. As we've observed, this is something that is trying to grow on the continent now, and I can say regulations are always reactive. So we're on that path. Thank you.
Brian, real quick, 30 seconds or less because we got to get up.
Nope. I think just to build off of a couple of quick things, what can we do locally that will complement? So it's not merely extractive, like Brent and Travis had talked about. So what is a viable opportunity to do a regional processing hub to actually have this stuff locally processed, so they're not going back to one market for more processing and more control, but keep that control here on the continent, so it's not merely an extractive relationship. I think that's the key. In the end of the day, that will bring the value to the market on the continent. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. We have a question online. Let's see. Which question are we going to pick? Which one? How about you read it out, because I don't know which one you want. Just pick a question. You have two. No, I only do one. We have to.
Last one. Last one.
No, one. What do you see as the key binding constraint for Africa to move up the value chain into mineral processing, energy, human capital, or something else? I think that was actually answered, but maybe come on, you can sort of
Repeat it.
yeah. It's basically a process. What will it take for Africa to move up the value chain for mineral processing? You sort of answered that, but just real quick, just recap in less than 20 seconds, and we're gonna have one more last answer.
So you have to underwrite any kind of business proposition. So there has to be a way to see that the money will come back if an investment is made. And so if the investment is made on the basis of government as a customer, that applies. If it's through partnerships where the partner can see value in whatever you have, and they know that they're going to get back what they put in, they'll put it back. So it's just structuring deals, I believe.
Good morning. So this is a really great panel. I have a real quick question on supply chains. Name is Dr. Tony. I'm with Semiconductor Technologies Limited. So the more things change, the more things stay the same, right? So in the 70s, it was the era of integration, right? Bell Labs, vertical integration of the semiconductor industry. It goes on from there into global manufacturing, and then it goes into hyperscaling of globalization. Now we're in the era of geopolitical concerns, right? And so that's what has become the impetus for reshoring, friendshoring, right? Actually, it's no longer friendshoring, it's reshoring. So to what extent, number one, is reshoring, right, at the extent that the United States is involved in reshoring, practical from the point of view of, one, supply chains are very difficult to build, they're very difficult to break down, right? And then the second question is it really practical along the same lines, is it really practical, notwithstanding the fact that the risk of investment in the continent is high, is it really practical? And you're only 2 decades away from Africa having 25% of the global population and being the largest consumer of electronics and technology. Is it really practical for there not to be a strategy for corporations to invest in the continent? Thanks.
That will be the last question, unfortunately. So who wants to, let's try online for our participants, for our panelists in the States. Any of you guys want to take one of the two questions? Okay.
Happy to take our first stab at that. Yeah, I think one of the things that the U.S. had a CHIPS Act, which really was a roadmap how to rebuild, reshore, build more resiliency in the U.S. semiconductor supply chain. So certainly a roadmap that is with incentives and acknowledging strengths with all stakeholders. Talking about partnership again. Partnership is not just between companies, it's between government, academia, and the companies that are investing. So just a short answer would be, a national strategy certainly is critical to moving an industry forward. And I think to a certain degree, the CHIPS Act is a good example of that. But Brett, I thought you had ideas.
Okay.
Yeah, I couldn't really hear the question well, but just picking up on what Travis just mentioned, the CHIPS Act was essential for us to invest in the United States, but the CHIPS Act wasn't perfect. I mean, it at the beginning particularly erred on the side of the end manufacturer and kind of ignored the supply chain downstream from that, all of the essential ingredients that are enable chips to be produced. And so to the credit of the US government, they expanded the program somewhat to include material suppliers. But a CHIPS Act in Africa might not actually be called a CHIPS Act. It might look like something different in any of the African nations. And maybe kind of building on that value chain. I appreciate the comment that Africa should benefit from whatever expertise exists in the world and bringing it in. But you need incentives, whether it's developing that mineral. I know the US government is looking, very closely at minerals development in partnership with the Congo and other countries. You need to get those investments right. That's going to take, very close coordination with local governments to make sure that everybody plays above board, that the value accrues where you want it to, that your taxing structure is correct, that the type of jobs are created that you're looking for. All of that needs to be defined very clearly. Because there's so many countries on the continent, there probably needs to be some partnerships across African organizations to develop those as well. Once that's in place, moving up the value chain, that can go pretty quickly. Again, China has dominated that benefit, the refining process of taking the quartz, at least in our industry, for our critical elements. That requires a lot of power. You have, there are some assets in Africa that could be used to generate that kind of power. And so, and that's why China has done so well, because they really have created power systems at scale, but then also have created, I don't want to be derogatory, but our environmental laws in some of the developed countries make it very difficult to do really the type of refining that China has done. We suffer from not in our backyard syndrome, but I think Africa could get beyond that, develop the power systems, then to really refine, keep that quartz right on the continent and make it then export ready. And over time then draw in some of the next, those that are in the next rung of the supply chain, which might be the Hemlock Semiconductor of the world, Fokkers, to then really create that ultra pure polysilicon that's needed. So you have a real entry point. You need the industrial policy behind it, and it takes really a lot of heavy lifting in coordination of investors, companies. Some of our panelists have expressed this well, and the governments themselves.
All right.
Anyway, that's fine.
All right. Thank you. Last.
Thank you very much. For me, if there is one thing I'm going to take away from this discussion, is the policy clarity that needs to be there. But one important thing also, as we go on to do these policies, we have to be pragmatic around the entry points. We cannot take everything at the same time. Even though we have the minerals and whatnot, we have to be strategic on how we enter. So I'll leave it there.
Ryan, last 10 or 15 seconds.
No, agreed, 100% on the policy. And I think you need a CHIPS Act in order to be successful. Vietnam did not have a CHIPS Act. India did not have a CHIPS Act. It comes down to policy, and I think the government and private sector partnership to push this stuff forward, and that's what we're here for.
Fabulous. You heard from the mouths of these experts. Let's
Give them a round of applause for them taking time out of their patience. For our participants online from the States or Canada, thank you for waking up really early. On behalf of the moderator, Dee Simmons, I really appreciate you guys for letting me moderate. I hope you guys learned a lot. I certainly learned a few things. And we're going to go into a break. Thank you for being here. Thank you for taking your time to listen to these experts. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Good job. Good job. Good job, gentlemen. Yeah, online. Can you have the online, please? People online, can you, if you're still available, we want to take a picture. You guys are online. Take a nap. I know you have to go back to bed, but
That's frozen. That's good.
oh,
Thank you.
No,
he's already gone. He said peace.
his name.
Great. Let me see something. The QR code for WhatsApp group, or the African Chips WhatsApp group, is right here. Please go ahead and add yourself. All right.
Thank you, Nii. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nii. Thank you. Those online are already gone. Where we are noticing strong interest in continuing the conversations and getting good outcomes out of this. If you have any requests, my good friends, ask me or the organizers so that we don't confuse with the guys in the IT system or any other person in the team. Any request of any sort, talk to us, the organizers. Don't go directly to the IT guys to do things that we didn't plan already. So that would make things more structured and smooth. All right. All right. The next session just comes immediately. You're supposed to have a tea break. Please, let's skip that and do the round table. Yeah, we have a tea break here. People look very alert, very focused. Let's not distract them with tea. Let's not distract anybody here with this focus. There's good stuff going on. But after this one, we'll have tea and a few more rearrangements. Let's just get going. The next moderator is supposed to be Joy Lawal. Joy? Joy is here. Okay. And this will be a roundtable on building Africa's semiconductor talent pipeline from classroom to clean room. That's a good phrase. Classroom to clean room. The talent pipeline. So permit me to have Joy come upstairs and bring her panelists on board. I think they know themselves already. They're looking at the program. And we have good support and collaboration with the African diaspora, especially, who are active in the chip industry. They have a group of their own called the Africa Chips Group. So this is their Q code to join them if you want to join them. They are a group of Africans, mostly in the diaspora, who are active at different points along the value chain of the chips industry. So please, if you want to join them, they want us, many of us here, to be part of their conversations. There are two of them here, including Nii, who just moderated. And our friend here, is it Amo? Ola, Amo? Huh? Ola, thank you. All right, Joy.
Thank you very much, Prof. Good morning, everyone. I think it's still morning, yes. I would just like to call on my co-chairs to the stage. It's actually a round table, so we would all be having the conversation together. I would like to call on Professor Peter Muchiri to the stage, who's the VC of Dedan Kimanzi University of Technology. Please let's welcome him with a round of applause. Next co-chair will be Professor Ray Kekwa Wese. Please pardon me, Professor Ray. Yes, he's a professor of information systems and digital business. He's from Botswana. Please, a round of applause for him. And next is Professor Trudy Joubert, yes, of CEFIM, University of Victoria. Thank you. And the last person who will be joining us on stage is Professor Abebe Jeletu of the African Institute of Mathematical Sciences, Rwanda. So thank you to my co-chairs. I would like to start and introduce myself. My name is Joy Lawal. I'm with Nina Georgia, a strategic advisory firm that drives growth and impact across Africa by translating policy, strategy, and innovation into practical, scalable solutions. And it's a pleasure to be a partner for this event. So first, I would like to ask my co-chairs to give a brief introduction of themselves before we comment. So I think I would start from you, Prof. Thank you. You know, when I said you, Prof, everybody's actually a professor. So I'm wondering, they're wondering who are we starting with?
Thank you very much. My name is Abebe Galetu, originally from Ethiopia. And after 26 years, I joined AIMS Rwanda as a German research chair for applied mathematics and AI. And I do research in sustainability systems, embedded control engineering, and autonomous systems. Thank you for inviting me here. Please.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. I'm on. So my name is Trudy Joubert. I am from the University of Pretoria in South Africa. I'm the director of the Karel and Emily Vos Institute for Microelectronics. So for short, we just go SEFM. I'm also the director of a research lab that is supported by the South African Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. It's called the Nano and Micro Manufacturing Facility, and I host the printed electronics node. Our department has 3 degree programs: electrical, electronic, and computer engineering. And I teach undergrad and postgrad in all of those programs.
I am Raymond Dikikwaletri, professor of information systems and business. I do a whole lot of innovation incubation, digital transformation strategy, and human resource development. You know, as far as human resource development, I mean, you know, building capacity. I've been able to produce at least, you know, over 50 PhDs and over 200 masters across Africa, you know, North America and Europe, you know, so yeah, that's what I do best, human capacity building.
Thank you, good morning. My name is Professor Peter Muchiri, the Vice Chancellor of the Dedan Kimathi University of Technology, and we are also hosting the Decode Science and Technology Park, where Semiconductors Technology is one of our major anchor clients. So thank you. I'm a professor in mechanical engineering.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you very much. I'm tempted to say I'm Professor Joy, just to complete it, so it doesn't look like I'm the only one who doesn't have that title. So for this roundtable, our mission is pretty simple. So I say, and please, everyone in the audience, we're all doing this together. They are just driving the conversation, but we are all, because we have outcomes which we'll have to, at the end of today, at the end of this roundtable to have. So what it is, we've been speaking about, yes, the semiconductor space, but you know, while it has been said to say it's not only capital constrained, it's also talent constrained. To say we're looking, what are the right skills we need to develop in Africa to be able to support this space? Without the right workforce, right, no amount of investment, infrastructure, or policy will deliver a functioning ecosystem. And so today, like I said, this is a working session. We're focused on one question: where should Africa invest in its talent pipeline over the next 3 years to unlock the fastest and most meaningful impact? At the end of this session, we're going to deliver 2 concrete outputs. One is a map of the most critical talent gaps, and 2, at least an actionable institutional partnership, you know, that we can take beyond this room. I will try to run it tightly so we'll manage time. But first, I would like to start with the gaps. And I would want us to think about this in a structured way across 3 lenses. We look at the skill level, we look at technicians, engineers, researchers, then we look at discipline, materials, IC design, process engineering, packaging and testing, as well as geography, where the imbalances are most acute. So I would start with my co-chairs. So I'll start with Professor Munchiri. From your experience at the university and proximity to industry operations, what are the most immediate talent gaps you are seeing in practice?
Thank you for that question, and allow me to just dive in and say that we used to teach the normal electronics under the Bachelors of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, and until we hosted the Semiconductors Technology Limited, led by Dr. Tony, that's when we had a good diving into the needs of the industry, and indeed we realized that the skilling of human capital is very important driver of the semiconductor industry. Of course, the ecosystem is very important, the partnership, and of course, the venture capital as key drivers of the growth of that industry. And I want to believe, although Dr. Githinji will mention it, one of the key drivers for selection of the location is the talent pipeline in the university. My university is a university of technology. 92% of the programs are in tech. We are the most specialized University of Technology in the country and maybe also in the region. And we had to look at the value chain of the semiconductor, and basically you look at it from 4 important perspectives. You look at the area of material science and material engineering, which is a big area, basically looking at the areas of advanced materials. We just had in the previous session about the critical minerals that are required, the nanotechnology, nanomaterials. There is a big space there in terms of the skills gap that is very important to support, first of all, the material exploration, material processing, and the material technology that is required in the semiconductor value chain. Then the next phase is microchip design. And essentially, there is huge capacity there that is required from physical electronics, digital electronics, analog electronics, MEM design, RF design, the radio frequencies design, and the VLSI. And we have employed different strategies in consultation with the industry on how we can immediately develop those capacities. The next phase is the nanofabrication, basically where the clean room technologies are required. From wafer processing, again, we are very happy that semiconductor technology provided a highly sophisticated lab that can support the students in doing the same. And we will be mentioning about the various programs that semiconductors requested us to look and reinforce in terms of semiconductor technology. So wafer processing, thin film technologies, metrology, material characterization, and then the next part is the area of testing, assembly, and of certainly the packaging, which is also the expertise of semiconductors industry. So we looked at it from those four perspectives. Then we looked at the bachelor's programs in engineering, where we are developing or basically is required in the industry, starting from electronics and electrical engineering, which could be experts of design. Then chemical engineering is also very important because those are the process engineers that run the industry. Mechanical engineering is very important, again, in the area of machine design. And one of the things you'll be seeing and possibly giving us a big possibility of collaboration is the area of machine and the lithography machines, which is developed by semiconductors technology. Again, value machines that can help immediate e-entry. Mechanical engineers and mechatronic engineers are highly required there. Then the students doing computer science and IT and the orientation into coding, specifically on chip level, and even subjects like supply chain management. So one of the areas we developed very quickly is a master's program in microelectronics engineering, and with a specific focus on microchip design, and again, in collaboration with the STL and collaboration with Penn State University in the US, and we also developed the PhD program in the same. Then we have the short courses, which are, again, very, very important. I'll have a chance probably to mention on that, and also a major key driver in industrial attachment and internship program, basically to provide the physical industrial skills. So in summary, or maybe in details, that's what I would say, but hopefully we can have a chance to elaborate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. A round of applause, please. So if I hear you correctly, basically we need engineers, technicians, and researchers.
Yes.
So they can be broken into the various, specialties, but that's just a broad bucket for all we need.
Yes, and our approach is basically knowledge-specific areas. We have right now looked at high-level researchers who can develop IPs from master's and PhD level, and I'm glad to report that all the engineers working in STL are graduates of my university, and all the internship are also from there. What we have not developed much further, maybe will be the next phase, is the technicians, because now when we go to mass production, the fab labs of mass production, certainly the skills on technicians will be very, very important. But at this stage, we are looking at engineers at bachelor's level, and we are also looking at masters and PhD who can develop research and IP.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. So the huge gap there is technicians, because when we move to the next stage. So Professor Joubert, I would like to ask, from CFEM's standpoint as a leading training and research facility, what capabilities exist today, and what are the bottlenecks to scaling talent production?
Okay, from the perspective of CFM, we have been training microelectronics engineers for quite a long time. We focus on undergrad. I'm looking at that so that we know where we are at the moment, so that we can look ahead to where we're going. We don't know where we're going if we don't know where we are. A very important part of the undergraduate program is the Washington Accord that we are, so the University of Pretoria and most of the universities in South Africa, all the engineering programs there are accredited and through EXA, so that's the Engineering Council of South Africa, to the Washington Accord, which makes our undergraduate degrees acceptable anywhere in the world. If I look at the rest of Africa, that is one of the gaps I identify. So many of the South African engineering programs are accredited. And I think Kenya managed last year to also get their programs, some of their programs accredited, and they are also signatories to the Washington Accord. I only looked last night, which is actually a little bit shocking, but nevertheless, there is an African federation of engineering organizations. It's what they call themselves. I think it's hierarchical, which is something that I press very, very hard from a technical side, and it works everywhere else as well. So apparently there are also regional federations like that. There's one for North of Africa, East of Africa, which seems to be the most active one because they actually have a website. There is one for East Africa, and then there's one for Southern Africa. So there is already an existing mechanism to get more programs accredited, which I think is something I would push very, very hard that we need to do. Then we have a postgraduate program. That's where the specialization happens. So we also have a master's in engineering, specifically in microelectronics. PhD programs are a little bit wider. At the moment, our postgraduate programs generate researchers, which is one of the classes that you have identified as what we need to do. Very recently, so this is literally in the last year, I have been finding from industry side that there is a request to have master's levels programs that are less research intensive and more advanced knowledge based. So that's like more a course based master's degree with maybe a mini dissertation. So there's some research involved in that, but it's way more transfer of advanced knowledge, which I think is a gap that we have at the moment, and I've already started looking at as covering it. I also want to include other scientists. So not only engineers, we do need engineers and we need a lot of them, but we also need other scientists. That collaboration with physics, with chemistry, chemical engineering, work with chemical engineering quite a lot, mathematical sciences, computer science. We're interested in AI, IoT, we're interested in many things. Those collaborations are important. Even we have a graduate institute for technology management where one of our professors was in the panel, one of the panels yesterday. They need to also be included in collaborations like this. And that's not only at my institute, or I can say this is only at my institute. So building that network beyond just my institute is very, very important. Another aspect that we are not doing at the moment, so that's another gap, but we have the facilities to do so. Once again, at my institution, we also have a business enterprise at the university. So it's one of the ways that we collaborate with industry. So contracting, they contract the enterprises and we do research contracts for them. But they also have a continuing education department. And at the moment, we do not have a structured program in anything related to the semiconductor industry, where I think there is a big gap. So the development of further education. So engineers, scientists who have graduated 10 years ago and are already working maybe in an industry that's related to some of the things that we're interested in, to upskill them. I think that's one of the next steps is to make a structured program, curriculum, and we would also always welcome international companies who already have done things like that. But I think that's the last gap where there is already existing mechanisms that we must just use. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. Okay, thank you, Prof. So I would go to Prof. Gillette too, and I'm going to write on something that Prof. Jobert said, she talked about other scientists, right? And from AIMS network perspective, what foundational gaps, especially in mathematical sciences and research capacity, are limiting the pipeline upstream?
Thank you very much. That was a very critical question. But before I really go, I should reiterate what my sister said. If we forget, if we know where we were, we know where we go. In fact, those who forget history are damned to repeat it. This is by Santana, George Santana. In fact, I prefer always to talk in terms of proverbs, because in Africa we impart wisdom through proverbs and traditional knowledge wisdom. So first of all, we should know what we have. We should use what we know. It's very important. Till now, our universities are not problem solution oriented. That is systematically changing. And coming back to your question, in general, there is a lot of gap in, particularly in mathematical sciences. To just focus on semiconductors, we need to have modeling strategies, advanced modeling strategies. We need to know simulation methods, and also optimization by optimizing the parameters of that model or that system which we are designing, and then model validation, and the circle closes again. So my friend yesterday, he said we have to have a house built on the rocks. That's what the Bible says. The wind comes, it stands. If we build a house on the sand, it just falls down if things shake. In fact, this is how we missed the first and the third industrial revolution. In fact, the first and the second we squarely missed. The second one, we have only arrived half of it. Software engineering, we stopped over there because we didn't embed software engineering technology into hardware, because we don't make the hardware. And that is a very good opportunity that we have today in Africa to have semiconductor manufacturing companies. So we need to have the foundations. The foundations should be unshakable, because things may change, but software may change. If you have the foundations, we'll still design our own software. The same thing today we should follow with artificial intelligence. So we are trying to be only users on content generation, but we need to know the foundations so that we make our own content generators. We need to have AI, particularly generative AI, to design our own circuits, also to have to design our own medicine. Drug discovery is the order of the day. So therefore, these gaps are there, so the foundations are really missing. Like circuit simulation usually is done using numerical linear algebra. Computational sciences are not well delivered in Africa. Optimization methods are very critical in circuit design. In fact, the first thing that I discovered that after finishing my PhD, I said that yesterday, what am I going to do if I go back to Ethiopia? Am I going to be a teacher, only a teacher? So then I decided to go around and see what can be done with optimization and numerical linear algebra. So I discovered all science need numerical linear algebra. In fact, every problem will be decomposed into numerical algebra. That training is missing. Numerical analysis, numerical methods, high performance computing, embedded computing. And because circuit design is all about first modeling. And many universities today in Africa, particularly those which I know from Ethiopia, their PhDs are mostly on modeling, malaria modeling, epidemic. That's very, very important. But technologically, they are not technologically oriented. That part is missing. So simulation, modeling, model analysis, and model validation, and high-performance computing, advanced statistical computing. These are very relevant for semiconductor industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. So this just to show the importance of STEM in Africa, because when you were talking numericals, I'm wondering what was I doing when that was being taught? I definitely wasn't paying attention. Professor Ray, I would now be coming to you. From a regional lens and Botswana's transition experience, what lessons can we draw on building talent pipelines from resource-based economies?
Thank you, Professor Joy.
Thank you for acknowledging I'm a professor.
No, you see, the challenge we have in Africa is leadership dilemma. You know, we have a leadership predicament, you know, where we have the different sorts of leaders. You know, we are fortunate in Botswana to have had transformative leadership, you know, from our birth back in 1966 when we got the independence. You know, the leaders then realized we don't have, you know, human capacity. We don't have the right human resource, you know, to be able to, you know, see us through. You know, what they then decided to do was, again, identify different gaps, you know, gaps as per field, and then decide which, you know, started to prioritize what kind of human capital do we need to see us through as a country, you know. So they used the minerals that we were then discovered, diamond being the primary one, you know, to not necessarily put the monies in their own pocket, but to take us to school. You know, back then, Botswana didn't have even universities or, you know, colleges that were relevant to, you know, developing, you know, engineers, developers, you know, all sorts of field expertise. So they used the monies to send the learners, to students abroad, you know, where they could acquire the right competencies and the right skills, and then bring them back, you know, come back home, you know, and deliver, you know. So there's always a risk of, when you send out students abroad, they might not come back. You know, the point is, it's okay if I'm doing well and I'm in North America, you know, I'm acquiring with the acquired skills and competencies. Chances are I'll get tired of America and I'll come back home at some point, even if it's not tomorrow, 3 years, but in 5, 10 years, I'll come back and, you know, give back, you know, to my community. So that's this human resource development strategy that, you know, my transformative leaders in Botswana, you know, engaged with and envisioned, you know, yeah. And that's makes a difference between, you know, Botswana having a higher literacy rate versus other countries where they have pretty much low interest rate.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Sorry. Thank you, Prof. I think basically what we see, like we can see people like Professor Nkem, they are back to Africa to do the work, right? Yes. So that's what you're speaking about, to say they would go, learn, and come back to Africa to build. More or less, government putting their money where their mouth is, right? And be able, okay, you want to say something? Okay.
Sorry, it's a little bit of an interruption, but I think it's important. Also looking at this through the student's eyes, you were kind of what we see in the student's eyes. And I'm talking engineers, but it's probably other people as well. So the best time for students in microelectronics at my institute was at the time where there was a local, that's the job I'm going to do. Local, that's the job I'm going to do. Then I sat with postgraduate classes of 20 to 25. Now that it's not the thousands that we require, but that's 20 to 25, and they were happy because they could identify a job that they can go to straight after when they're finished. And that's no longer the case. So what's happening at the moment is, say in the last 10 years, 3 of the microelectronics engineers that we have delivered are working in microelectronics in South Africa. There are many others that are working in other industries. Many of them go into management very, very quickly. That is something we should try to stop. And the rest of them are working in the world. They're making huge contributions in the world. I didn't think about the word diaspora as much as I do at this conference, but that is what we're generating engineers for at the moment. We need to keep them in Africa.
So industry must be ready for them. Thank you. So now I would be coming to the audience. Like I said, it's a round table. We've had the co-chairs basically set the tone and giving us some food for thought. Like, how is industry preparing to receive, the skills that are being developed? So there are two sides of it. There's the development side and there's the industry side. The schools must develop the right skills for the industry, and industry must be ready to absorb those skills. So now, I'm now going straight to the audience. Please, I would like your answers to be short and to the point. Also, let's make it specific so we can move as fast as possible. The first question I'll be asking is, what are the most critical bottlenecks today? What are the most critical bottlenecks today that is stopping the skill development, the right talent that we need in Africa? Okay, whoa. 4 hands already. Sorry, can I borrow a mic, please? Thank you.
Tell me where to go. We'll handle the mics.
Okay. I have Ola from there. Yes.
All right, take it.
I like gender balance too. Yes, they said we should always chase gender balance.
That's fine. You tell me where we're going.
Okay. So after him, Ola will be next, then we'll come this way. Oh, yes, I can gender balance. I like that. She's my third. So please be specific and direct. We're just trying to get the point. Yes.
Okay. I will start by saying, so my name is Brian Dover. And to answer the question, I think right now the biggest challenge, and speaking from my own personal experience, is that by the time somebody understands like what they want to do, like let's say right now in the semiconductor engineering and whatever, probably they're from a different discipline and they want to transition into that, but the hierarchy that is in academia cannot allow them to do that softly, right? Like I had a bachelor's of science in public health, but when I got into AI, that is a decade ago, I couldn't get into those programs directly. So I opted into being an autodidact. So I taught myself everything. Right now I'm working with AfriLabs with a partnership with Meta, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and I'm forgetting the other partner. But you see, like, I had to teach myself all that to jump into that sector. And I think that would also be the case right now with the semiconductor engineering. Academia is too stringent to people who have the interest and the passion to do this for Africa, and also upskill themselves really fast. Because I also think there's an advantage working outside academia. I tend to move really, really fast compared to how the academic structure is structured. So maybe with partnerships with like my company, that we're trying to bypass that, not bypass directly, but be in parallel synchronicity with the academic institution, so that people who are passionate, and I call them high agency individuals, can end up filling these gaps that we want to be filled. And they're doing it. Remember, personally, I jumped into AI because I knew a decade ago it's going to be a revolution that I didn't want to miss on. So can we find those people, empower them, and let them jump into these particular industries that we want to shape? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So that's like academia is restrictive, traditional. Yeah, please. To him, Ola next. Yeah, then we're going to move to you. You'll be the third person. Please, straight to the point. I was blind, now I see.
All right. Yeah. So thank you. So to add to what was just said, I think so when we thought about capacity building with Chipmango, we said fundamentally, when someone decides to learn, it's tied to what Professor Trudy said. They want to earn money. They want to take care of their family. They want to take care of their kids. It comes down to that survival. So I think that people need to see the job that's at the end of the training. If they don't see the job, if they take the training now, they don't find jobs, they'll tell their brothers or their sisters, don't take that training, it's a waste of your time. And then over time, what you see is a contraction rather than an expansion. It doesn't matter how much aid, if you put billions of dollars into the system, it doesn't matter. If there are no jobs, you wouldn't see an expansion. So I think that's the fundamental restriction. We need to create jobs.
Industry being ready.
The industry, yeah. So we're thinking capacity first, but I think we need to think industry first.
Chicken and egg, which comes first?
Industry, because I'm industry.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Thank you so much for taking taking my hand. My view about the problem with this capacity building is the fact that we, in every area, in particular here right now, as we speak about the microelectronics, microchips, is that there is a group of people who have ignored for many years. In Africa, it's called artisans. The artisans in electronics, even though they go there and get training, which generally they are highly skilled technicians who can specialize in the practical work of repairs and taking care of machines in general without having all these degrees. I think we need to focus a little bit thinking about training also artisans in the space. And then in addition to that, we have a problem of not valuing the artisans. In our communities, we know that if you go to school and say, I can do a very good job when it comes to electronics, repairs and taking care of machines, we look at you like, you must have a degree, as if the degree is going to do all the work. So let's start valuing the artisans as we continue to train all other people in the area of microelectronics and supporting this semiconductor industry initiative. So as all of us think about the artisans who have really not done a good job in doing that. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to a follow up. Would we differentiate the artisans from the technicians, or want to put them a level lower?
They actually are very it's a mixed issue where in certain areas we just say technicians, but in certain areas we just say artisans. Let me take the example of South Africa, where you have an engineer and then you have someone who has gone to what we call a technical training center. That one, people look at those as just technicians. But these days, technicians comes from a kind of a university. But then when I look at the artisans, it's people who maybe even from their
no formal training.
No, there is, because they start in a high school that has got that section where they do a lot of hands-on work in high school. In South Africa, for example, we have got Pretoria High School, what do you call it? Pretoria Technical High School. So we need to also consider those people when they come out of the high school, whether we recognize them in the semiconductor industry, because we are going to remove this negative cloud that if you have done this and you don't have a degree, a bachelor's degree, there's something wrong with you, you are down there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good. Good day, colleagues. My name is Thabo Lebelo from the University of Limpopo. I manage the Technology Transfer Office and the Digital Hub. With the advent of the 4AR revolution and what I see the youth doing currently, I think conventional going to school and getting a degree it's not going to count anymore because things are moving very fast. And you should look at how the youth are adapting fast and they teach themselves as opposed to going to get a formal education. I think institutions of higher learning should, on the sidelines, always try to think of issues like doing hackathons to create a pipeline. You should have incubation programs on the same curriculums that you're having on the sidelines so that you can also try to unearth some talent that might be hidden as opposed to just looking at the conventional way of saying degrees and all that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any more? Okay, someone in front. I think we'll take two more before I move to the next question because I'm trying to manage time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tony, STL. I think I agree completely with Ola. The gaps have to be filled with a line of sight to jobs. I mean, it doesn't make sense for us to talk about, Kenya has an unemployment rate for the youth of 60%, and it's very similar in other countries, right? So whatever it is that we're trying to skill has to have a line of sight to jobs. So the model we have at Dedan Kimathi University is that even the Vice Chancellor's office understands the offtake side of the skills they're developing. Now, on our side, we have the industrial training program, which is a hands-on program. And what we've done is we've gone to industry, bigger than us, because industry has both upstream and downstream. So we've gone and asked Micron Technologies, Global Foundries, and others, if we were to develop a certain skill set, would you offtake it? And what is the disposition of that talent? And so when they give us that feedback loop, we're able to train for the job. Furthermore, we have the feedback loop to the university to say, what is it in your curriculum that you can augment to give us shovel-ready engineers for training with a line of sight to jobs? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And if you allow me to jump in from where Dr. Tony has stopped, yeah. So the people we have managed to train, we have given them both the knowledge from the university, the skills and competence from the industry, and many of them are working globally, basically. I learned of a student yesterday who graduated from that program, from STL, and now is working in Netherlands. Another one is working in US. So they are all over the world, and they are able to demonstrate their skills and competence and use it all over the world.
Okay, thank you. 1 minute, please.
Thank you very much. Because I missed out of time to speak about AIMS. In fact, one of our friends, he mentioned rigidity of traditional education systems. This is a very critical issue in Africa, properly speaking. This is what AIMS attempts to address. We take students from physics, chemistry, biology, we allow them to become mathematicians. In fact, the main purpose of having AIMS is to bring the brightest minds from all over Africa, to give them that opportunity that they missed in the past. Because usually when we study Bachelor of Science, we don't know whether the science that we are studying is going to be useful for the industry, whether it's going to bring us a job. Later on, we discover our interest is somewhere else. So therefore, it's very important to not only to do that, also to train for the job. So we have to really see what are the open. In fact, what I do is I see the job market, and those open positions should be filled by someone. If that fits my profession, I simply give an essay or MSc thesis directly according to the job specification. This I did in Germany. All students got employment. The same we should do in Africa. Training for the job. Training for solution of existing social problems, service problems, and so on.
So that's research focusing on industry.
Exactly.
Problems. Yes, the last person. 1 minute, then I'm going to move. No more after this on this question. Just 1 minute.
Thank you so much. I wanted just to give a small comment. I am finding some difficulties when we try to talk about TVET technicians. I think I can use my voice. When we try to talk about the technicians, engineers, artisan, the big problem we faced in Africa is a survival. You find an engineer doing a job as a plumber. Then you find an artisan doing a job as a technician. Then we are tempted to be in this room discussing whether we need university, whether we need the TVET, whether we need artisan. I am in this platform. I train engineers, I train technician, and I train artisan. The discussion here should be an engineer is doing his job. Because if we want to design a metaverse plant, this is an engineer job. If we want to use tools to be able to assemble, for example, somebody needs to do a scaffold for the building, when you are building, this is a technician job. If I want to make a key because my key has a problem, it's an artisan job. But if you find an engineer going to make a key in Juakari, and then you started to say universities are not good, you should not compare an elephant and the chimpanzee in climbing a tree. Thank you.
A round of applause. Thank you. Thank you for that. So basically, everyone should do what they are trained to do to make the ecosystem function better. So now, I think I'm going to take it back to where the industry, I think Ola started that and everybody kind of put on industry. A quick question to say, what are the specific skills that industry are currently importing that Africa should be producing locally? Yeah, what specific skills are industry currently importing that Africa should focus on producing locally? What are those skills? Please, hands up, hands up. Ola, I'm going to put you on the spot. You are the one that started this industry conversation. Sorry, okay. Like, Pagal, can I have a mic there, please? So 1, 2, 3. So I'll start here. So something you think Africa should produce locally, but we're not.
No, I think since we're in the semiconductor form, I'll keep it towards that.
Yes. That's
So,
true, yeah.
yes, yeah. You know, so I believe there's a massive opportunity when it comes to localization of technology. And I'm thinking specifically localization of intelligence. So right now there's a massive push around GPUs, you know, AI, edge AI, centralized AI, however you name it. But fundamentally, no one understands Africa better than Africans. And so, you know, that just presents this massive gap where any solution that's developed in China, in Europe, and US is never going to be able to compete. So I always say that as people in Africa, how are we thinking about that localization aspect, that customization aspect, and what can you wrap around that? And I believe as people do that, the companies in China, US, Europe would want to partner with that person in some form.
Thank you. Sorry, Pagal. Here. Then 2, 3. Here. Then 4. Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. I think the question is very important and it leads us to the problem of university-industry linkage. And what is not that actually, we are not bringing from all over the world. We are bringing skills, engineers, road builders from China, from Europe. Some of them are for political reasons. But the key problem with our education system is that we don't know what the industry needs, and the industry doesn't know how much we produce and what type of talents do we have. I think that disconnect between industry and university is a very critical gap to address. That's number one. I think regarding the question, we bring all sorts of skills. Even if we have internally, even if the Africans can do it, we bring from abroad. And I think there must be a debate or discussion about how we can re-engage the industry and the university, and also at regional level, how we can identify the available skills and then the skill gaps. I think that is very critical. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pagahim. So this then shows that, so I'm wondering, the universities have to make industry know what is available. The universities have to make industry know what is available, and industry has to make universities know what they need. So that means they have to be a constant handshake between both. And the question is, how do we ensure that that communication, that linkage is created? So stopping the guys in academia from staying in their ivory tower while industry is doing its own business. So it's then bringing everyone together, and that's what forums like this are actually for, to have these conversations, to get closer and see ways in which academia can leave the universities and try to move into industry a bit. Yes, so you please.
Okay, thank you. Once again, my name is Dr. Waweru from the Kimathi University. And in responding to the question, I want to cite two cases. And one of the cases is a country called India. And largely, what does India focus on? India, largely, they don't manufacture unless they are starting. So they largely focus on design. So they have numerous agencies which has engineers sitting in a room like this one focusing on design alone. So I think as a continent, that is what we primarily need to strengthen, the design aspect of semiconductor. So before we even go to manufacture, we have to enrich that aspect. So, and I also want to cite another case. So we have a lot of freelance engineers in the country, and I believe in Africa, who are doing designs for other continents. So I believe we have that capability. So maybe the only thing that we need is to focus that capability, and I believe that way we can excel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Luko Biseke from ABN, but what I would like to say is that we just need to encourage countries to come up with this way of encouraging a national innovation system in a way that we have to advise all the business enterprises to have an R&D and innovation department. In case R&D is very expensive, then they have to go through extramural R&D outsourcing and having a very robust national innovation ecosystem that will be possible. Number one should be a policy engagement, well stipulated in the national policy, either innovation or science technology innovation. That's something very critical. And the reason why I'm saying so, we are observing some countries where a single university has a budget more than an African Union member state. It should be a must in a way that if a firm feels that this assignment is so expensive for me to get a solution and I could not pay permanently engineers, let me give this budget to the university. They can recruit PhD masters, and if I feel that I can recruit some of those who are doing that PhD or masters, at the end of the day, then it's great. I think South Africa is following that model, and we are seeing many professors sitting with a big budget, and they are looking for PhD and master student. I think if we can handle that that way, we believe there is a possibility for us in the current fifth industrial revolution to think accordingly and to empower our own people. If we don't do that, then we have to import Chinese colleagues to come and support some of our firms. That's what I can say in terms of my experience in empowering country to measure research and innovation. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Sorry, we have to be very brief. I've just been given 10 minutes to wrap up, so please. Brief, 1 minute.
I'm going to be longer than 1 minute, but the issue is this, okay?
It is not the job of universities to provide resources for industry. It is not their job. Universities have been established by the state. Established by the state to provide critical, well-rounded individuals who are actually development focused. It's all about the economy. All the expressions that I've heard here on all the sessions are expressing a neoliberal economic view. That one thing must serve the other in order to create something that so somebody can go and make a profit. It is not the issue. What is the development focus? What is the issue that really builds? It's not about the issue of making money. It's about what actually builds the country. And as a colleague here said, whether or not the skills are produced in the country, they will still import based on the nature of the fundamental lowest input cost. If somebody in the country costs more to employ than somebody you bring from a super exploited country, India is the repository for all digital skills in the world. They didn't focus on India alone. They export their skills. When we produce people in our country, this is South Africa, we are not focusing on producing for South Africa because most of those people we produce leave. If you want to do, you need to set up policy that actually creates the mechanism that enables them to stay in the country. So when we have a program, so we have an industrial development program. We don't have a human capital program. But of our industrial development program, 30% gets spent on human capital, or human resources as I prefer it. Okay. Those human resources are for South Africans. Those South Africans, we have a particular amount of money where we spend on the money for them to be trained in South Africa. 4% is then for South Africans to study in other African countries. 2% for South Africans to study in non-African countries. And then 2% for other Africans to study in South Africa. That's how we spend the money. And then we don't supply money for non-Africans to study in South Africa. But that's the policy. And the policy is about actually, because we're saying who in fact will stay in the country. The education system is a complete value chain. So you were right about the technical schools, but the technical schools were killed after apartheid died. Okay? And there's a whole issue of the nature of South Africa's education system. It was highly problematic. But there used to be a division. For example, you had mathematics at higher grade, standard grade, and then the whites used to have ordinary grade and functional grade and all of those things, which is why they had higher pass marks compared to the blacks in the country. The issue is those grades after apartheid disappeared, and you got two types. The one was mathematics, and the other one was supposed to be, it should have been matheracy, but it got watered down to mathematical literacy, which is the most useless thing you can study. The point is, no, because people are mathematically innate. It's shown throughout human evolution. The issue is that the nature of that pipeline connects from technical schools to what should be technical colleges and technicons, and they're different things. Now, the issue is that technicons are really there for the service of industry. The master's and PhD is about a higher order level of thinking. And I said yesterday that for every one master's and PhD, you need 4 to 15 of those other people. You also need teachers. Nobody's talking about that. Who's going to teach all these people you want to capacitate? You then need administrators. How do you put them into the system? Because part of the problem is you get qualified audits and money gets stolen, and no one's spoken here in Indians about coercive rent seeking, which is a major issue, particularly in South Africa, probably other parts of the world as well. So what is the interconnection between all these systems in order to say that this is how you're going to build it? So I just want people to think slightly broader, that who are we talking about, developing it for what purpose? And what does it mean in terms of the economy of the country? And does it become development focused, or is it merely for profit? Thanks.
Thank you. I think that deserves a round of applause because it takes us to the next. And as a Nigerian, we will say you threw a lot of stray bullets. You were talking to some people, but you were firing other people by the side. So a lot of stray bullets were thrown. I think that, yes, I'm now going, the tail end of these conversations have actually taken us to how do we fix these gaps? And I like what Mr. Seke talked about. He talked about national innovation systems. We're looking at fixing these gaps. So he took us into that realm of fixing the gaps. And I think the gentleman at the back spoke about focusing on particular things, not trying to boil the ocean, looking at those things to say, what can we move that would actually kind of create a ripple effect? You focus on one part, low hanging fruits that we can. So I think I'll just go straight to the next to say there are gaps. We've spoken about the gaps. How do we fix these gaps? That's one. Which partnerships do we have to, kind of make to help fix these gaps? So that's we're now forward looking. How do we fix these gaps we have seen? So that's still open to my co-chairs. In case you want to take it, I would come to the audience shortly. Yes.
I'll go fast, very briefly.
Very fast.
Industrial partnerships are very important. And what we have with STL is Industrial Advisory Committee. Talk to the industry, know the needs, current and future needs, and address them in terms of knowledge, skills, and competencies. We can also learn from the best. Like now we have partnerships with around 10 universities in the US, including MIT, Penn State, Morgan State University, Tennessee, and we sit together, talk about the programs, and we are collaborating, both on staff exchange and student exchange. So we need those partnerships to work, and it's the same forum I would call upon here. I don't know whether I get another chance. We need also to collaborate. We've had a lot of West to Africa collaboration. This is the time we want to see Africa to Africa collaboration on things that matters. I stop there.
Thank you. Just a minute. Yes, ladies first.
It's kind of all of the above. So I agree with industrial development. We've heard this morning earlier that the technology development cycles, we're talking about 10 to 20 years. That's what we're talking about. And in terms of the policies, we need to look at the same time frames. It's very, very challenging. I'm very, very glad I'm not directly involved in that. I can give my inputs, but I don't do it. I'm not good at that. But that's what we need to look at. The innovation, I fully agree with that one. Getting industry involved, doing those collaborations. So at our university, we have the same. So there are industry advisory boards. It's the way we handle that as well. But I'm very, very strongly on all of the above. We need consortia that include all of those people. We need to do structured work to make everything work. First is probably a roadmap, not only in terms of technology, also in terms of education. Include everybody. So in South Africa, we also have higher education institutions that are called previously disadvantaged. So we have the research universities, and then or research intensive universities, and then the ones that are not really. They need to be included. I heard a new 3-letter acronym that I will start including in future, and that's a HIE that you spoke about. Is finding ways. You also spoke about finding ways to include non-degree purposes or jumping in from other degrees. Consortium is what I propose.
Okay, thank you. Just a minute, please.
Joy, I have.
Thank you so much. I just want to add something
that the VC just mentioned regarding the collaboration, and considering that the conversation that we are having here on semiconductor industry, and yesterday someone pointed out that this is not a single country can cover all the value chain and contribute to that conversation alone. And speaking from the education and training research perspective, I think it's good that when we are talking about collaboration, we're also thinking about how to make our young people to increase the mobility. Because even here in Africa, some countries are much more in terms of involvement, in terms of investment, in terms of progress for those new technologies. I mean, what we'll be visiting today, I'm not sure that other countries on the continent are having them, like STL gearbox and so on. So making sure that our youth, the students of the continent, can easily circulate and attending other universities. So that's what I wanted to add. So having that Pan-Africanism view. Thank you.
I just have for two more, then I'll wrap it up. Two more. So 1, 2. Yes, let me know. I would give it. Yes.
Hi.
Please, a minute, please.
Okay. To answer the question about the partnerships, and also I'll just tie back to the previous question. I think we are importing a lot of AI models from across the world. We can build our own. We have a lot of specialized professionals in here. My request and my proposition for partnership is that with the sponsoring partners for this program, we can create our own research lab for AI models. So that'll be it. And if anyone here is willing to do that, I think we can take that as a takeaway from here so that we stop importing every model, even very simple models, to do very basic things. We're still dependent on doing that from maybe OpenAI, Gemini, or whichever one. So if we can do that, even just from this forum today, if you can agree, we can do something about that and also use in future. Remember, we're talking about microchips here and how they're going to be offsetted. Like we can also start training our models with the most rudimentary chips we can start producing from this forum. That'll go a long way. So that'll be my input.
Thank you, Prof. I didn't introduce myself. I used to be the leader of the field in the education, science, technology, and innovation at regional level in Niger. My name is Kabarakasa. I just took the floor again for two things. One, I used to say in my previous life that the education sector is affected by the non-education sectors. You cannot control the war. That is not created by the education sector or the science technology sector. You cannot control the capital problem. That is outside the education sector. So I think we should be bearing in mind that we are at the mercy of what happens in the country. That is number one. Number two, I think there are a couple of things that I would like to recommend. One, policymakers are as ignorant as we know. Sorry, I'm from the politics field, but that is the reality. So we need to have a lifelong learning among the policymakers. We have to educate them. We have to help them. If we help them, they can help us. I think that is number one. Number two, I have not heard about intellectual property. You would allow me, I'm speaking from a regional perspective. I think I have not heard about the intellectual property rights, which is actually truly embedded in what we do as science and technology and innovation. I think in the future dialogues, we need to be able to bring them on board, listen to them, and see what comes from the side of the intellectual property. Because at the end of the day, we are talking about innovation and invention. And that trickles down to the rights aspect. Everyone wants to be actually a rights holder, a winner. And that is important that we cannot really ignore. Thank you.
I was going to say, at the end of the day, context is important. It's very vital that we contextualize this. There's what we call education decolonization. So there's a need to decolonize our education system. So that there is a need to redesign the curriculum to a point where we ought to produce what's relevant. So there is no point of studying Shaka Zulu, the history, this question when there's a need, for hardcore engineers or developers that could help us, develop the systems that will enable the tasks at hand. So yes, we need to understand our history, but right now, digital skills, competencies is what is contextually relevant at this point in time, and our curriculum should be able to, accommodate that curriculum design.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just going to move on to my co-chairs, and 1 minute. What I'm going to ask you is we need to take ownership. So from your angle, what are you going to do? Because right now, we're talking about this. We don't want to leave here with nothing. We need to take ownership so that we can come back to you and said, you committed to this, to build this space. What are you doing? So what are you going to do?
Thank you. There is several calls. The call, first of all, is Africa Partnership. We have some experience from the Decode STL ecosystem that can be of immediate skilling needs because the other universities without the practical part have the theory part. And we can provide an ecosystem when they can come for industrial skilling and hands-on training in our ecosystem. And we also have a very well-established design lab for electronics and also the microchip, which is also very experiential. We have a good network, and this is a network we would want our partners to benefit from so that we can all grow together and get better.
So do I hear you say the industry, showing you the link to industry, you're going to cover it more. And people like Ola who are talking about industry can come to you.
Exactly.
So Ola, I've given you someone. We are moving forward.
And the use cases also. If you have a problem that you need solved, we have an ecosystem that is able to innovate and co-design solutions. Very important.
Okay, he said that on camera, so we can hold him to that. So Professor Ray, next to you, what are you going to do from your institution? And
we should not rely on politicians. So there's a need to understand that politicians, government is what it is. So what we need to do is to do things the other way around. Instead of bottom up, we do from the ground up. Forums like this one and your African Academy of Sciences should take lead in producing the right talent, as opposed to waiting for some government to do the same. So accept that.
I'm waiting to hear your commitment to this, to building this ecosystem.
Give me money.
He'll spend money.
Professor, you spoke about a consortium.
Okay, he'll spend some money.
So you spoke about the consortium. We need to move.
I spoke about the consortium, and I'm calling it a consortium because I think we need a big thing. So we need to include policymakers. We need to include industry, and I'm looking very, very carefully at both big industry and startup industry, because I think we're in the position where we need both. And those need to be included. Academic collaboration, so DKUT and many of the other universities in Africa that we need to speak about. Ola and I have been speaking quite a lot, so we shall continue. I've made a few connections here that are very, very interesting, particularly with the younger people. And I commit to including them as well, including their voices as well. So in South Africa, it's just coordination. I'll try to coordinate with South Africa so that we can do a proper road mapping process in South Africa, and then hierarchically that can feed into something that can work on a continental level.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. So Professor Brando, we know who to hold for South Africa. She said coordination. She's going to do that. So we know who to hold. Yes.
So, I just mentioned ahead of time, in fact, universities are investments by the society, by the government, to solve existing problems in the country. So the investment must have a return. So that means our education must be problem-oriented. The good thing that we promote in the African mathematical sciences, work coordinated training. That brings our students near to the industry. The other thing, most of the time, the industry, the employees in the industry, even the owners do not know what we are doing in the university. We have to go to the university, to the industry, tell them what we are doing, show them what we are doing, and then attract them towards us. I am doing it in Rwanda, even by inviting the police, the Rwandan police, the biomedical centers, healthcare systems, and so on and so forth. Industry-related research, training, and joint workshops are very important. And also public seminars, public awareness seminars are very critical. I promote that in Rwanda, the same thing also in Ethiopia. And so we should not expect the industry will come with their problem. In fact, sometimes they have the problem they cannot explain to us in terms of the techniques that we would like to understand. We have to go to the industry. This is what I'm promoting, this is what I will be doing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I will please ask for a round of applause for my co-chairs as well as every member of the audience. And thank you all for a very engaging conversation. Thank you.
I want to also say thank you from my side.
Okay.
It's clearly not only engaging, it's important. Can I finish on that? Please?
Yes, finish.
No, I just said it wasn't only engaging, it's also very important. So thank you. Yeah.
And I look forward to hosting you tomorrow in DICUT and STL with Dr. Tony. Thank you.
All right. You know, just give me 5 more minutes for your lunch. Just 5 more minutes so that we can get some outcomes, practical outcomes out of this meeting as we move forward. So, arranging this seat here. I want to call Brando, and then Tony. Cover you will. Cover you will. Just go. And Lars, please join us. You have to go in front. We'll put you at the center. All right, intentionally, when we started this the planning all throughout, and all our co-conspirators with the Bay, for the last 6 months that we've been working on Zooms and planning this, we intentionally wanted it to be an investors forum, not an academic or policy conversation, but a market space conversation. So we appreciate all the discussions we've had. We've reflected over them, and we have some ideas on what we want to build upon for the next 1 year minimum. We mentioned that is an initiative under STISA, 10-year minimum span for STISA. And we have given some thoughts, and I would let our group lead, being NEPAD, to make some remarks on what we will be doing in the next 1 year or so. So let's support him in making the remarks. It's a team effort.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you very much once more for being here for full 2 days, I would say. From yesterday up till today, we've been essentially listening in between the lines, to get a sense of what the people want and how we can, from a coordination point of view, realize those needs. And so in consultations, some of them informal, some of them very formal consultations with the different partners here. There are a few announcements I would like to share with us. The first has to do with the working group, the working technical group, which we had in mind to already announce here. One of the things we've observed is, there's a critical gender imbalance, and I cannot tolerate that personally. For me, if we do not have a critical female representation. We cannot go ahead with it. I'm sorry about that. And for that reason, we'll leave this application open till 30th of May to see if, not just with our own efforts, but also efforts from your side, we can attract our female colleagues to be part of this technical working group. The terms of reference are well articulated within that document, so I encourage us to have a look at it. There's work to be done in the continent, and we're relying on this group to lead us going forward in getting all of that done in preparation for the targets we have for 2034. Secondly, in consultations with everybody, especially with our colleagues from both the DSTI and CSIR, we intend to have an Africa Semiconductor Conference. And for a start, that conference would take place on the sidelines of the Science Forum South Africa. Our colleagues from DSTI will be hosting that. They've graciously accepted to do that for 2 days. I know it's going to work. Yeah. Well, that's secondary. Yeah. The most important thing is that there's an agreement on that. There's an agreement that there's a need for us to have an Africa Semiconductor Conference. We cannot postpone it to next year. I'm sorry. No matter how we cobble that together, it must happen this year, whether on the sidelines of or otherwise. It has to happen. I'm sorry about that. So we plan to have that for 2 days. In those 2 days, we would give those working on the fringes of research in terms of semiconductors, those at the very forefront of adoption and deployment of semiconductors, those that are developing all kinds of semiconductor solutions to be part of this. Would of course need to set up some kind of a conference organizing committee. We'll communicate to everybody on that, but it's going to happen. Then the third point has to do with the need for us to work on a continental semiconductor strategy. It's not a chip act, it's a strategy. If you understand how the African Union works, we develop a strategy based on consultations, really wide consultations, I would say, with the full spectrum of whoever is involved across the continent. They give us a document which would be approved by the African heads of state, and then that document is passed down to the development agency to develop an implementation plan. AUD and NEPAD leads the plan or the development of the implementation plan, but again, in consultations with the different experts across the continent, and also the diaspora does make an input into that. So we intend to pursue that. We'll do that in collaboration with of course, the African Academy of Science, with the AU Parliament, with the AUC, and yeah, in consultations with all the experts across the continent. Okay. Then fourthly, we have 2 training programs that are in the pipeline. One of them will be ran through the University of Lund. Professor Laz is going to say something about that and provide some context and details on that. The target would be really professional developers in the semiconductor sector. The program is designed for people with that kind of a profile, not for beginners, not for not for students, so to say. So it's designed for professionals. He will give us more information on that. There is a second training program which, together with the Chinese Academy of Science, I believe, Professor Kem has articulated through the African Academy of Science. The great details about that he's going to provide to you. So I give that information to you now. You want to share that now?
Okay.
Okay.
So in our inter-academy partnerships, the AS and the Chinese Academy of Science, they are peers in the different regions. for this semiconductor effort. The most used open source in the Global South is RISC-V. So we'll be working with our Chinese Academy of Science partners to offer RISC-V training for students in the master's level and above here in Nairobi in July, mid-July. That's already been structured, about 20 to 30 students, and at the end of which the top 5 will get scholarships to a semiconductor fab in China with the intent of coming back to support whatever is happening on the continent. So SL, Gearbox, our Nigerian partners, the landscape, who needs them? We want to recycle that human capital. But the main thing that they'll go spend, we want to filter the top who are competent in this area, send them outside, they get the training, and they come back to the continent. Originally, it was to do it as a continental course, but for the shortness of the time and cost, we'll do it in Nairobi, mostly Kenyan participants. But if there's anyone here who has a Nigerian, Ghanaian, any other 54 countries of the continent, if you can sponsor somebody there, transport and logistics only, no extra costs, then do. We want to make it continental on the long run. But for beginning, cost constraints, we'll localize it. AIMS can send us some students, if you will, to come and take the course. The point being the top ones go outside and come back to some capacity on the continent. So in our network and communications, we would provide the details. But in July, that's already been said in stone.
Okay. Before I go on with the other parts of the conversation or announcements, I'll ask Professor Laz to briefly say something about the program from Lund. Is it possible?
Yeah,
okay, sure.
I checked it, so it should be. Just a second. Thank you very much, Professor Brando. Just waiting for the image to appear. So really happy to be introducing another course, a similar topic. It will also be about RISC-V, but with a different setup. Here we have it. So this is a heads up also for something happening this summer. So we are very happy, me and Ida, to announce that we will be offering spaces on this course that will be given locally in Lund. And these are the outreach images that we used last year. There will be new ones coming this year. So this will be similar to what you introduced earlier about the Chinese enterprise. It will be an overview of the modern digital chip design, insight into RISC-V architecture, but also how to build on this with fairly simple tools, open access tools as well. So we will not take it all the way into a chip. We will use an FPGA as the recipient, but the result could be put into a chip if you want. So all these the participants will need is basically a modern computer that is open, that can you can download some of the software, and a fairly modern browser. The rest we will provide, the FPGA tools and so on. We will be using the tools, I can share the presentation later as well. This is my excellent colleague, Per Andersson. He will be giving the course. He has a very thorough background, both as an entrepreneur, but also as an academic teacher. So he's teaching bachelor's and master's this kind of software on the university level. This course is intended for professionals. So as Professor Brando said, this is not for students. This is for people who are working with this. So the funding we have in Sweden to do this is dependent on that it's industrial relevance for this. Linking to the previous presentation here, the panel discussion, this is a common need that we see in Sweden. We need more of the capabilities when it comes to RISC-V and EDA tools. We will have 30 spaces on this course. We've earmarked some of them for contribution from the African continent. It will be given in Lund, as I said, 8th to 10th of June. It's a mixture of lectures and lab work. There will be no participation fee. It will be covered by the Swedish Chips Competence Center, which I am working with in Lund. We will also supply funding for travel and lodging in Lund. But it's important, similar to the previous announcement, that we want this knowledge to stay in Africa. So that's why we want it to be linked to an African company for a resident here. Then we see further work here. What we could do to give this course, maybe on site here in Africa, then we need to find a financial model for that. We would also like to look into the portfolio of activities and courses that we can provide from a Lund or from a Swedish perspective, and how we can share that, and how you can share with us what you are doing, because I think it's about collaboration. That's very important. But that also requires additional funding, so let's see what happens. We will send out information about this through some channel, I don't know which, but it will reach all of you. Application will open within very short. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Lance. So finally, I already had a side conversation with Ms. Siemens, and we do intend to have the detailed, proper mapping of Africa's semiconductor landscape. I've had the conversation as well with our South African colleagues. It's a set of data which they are especially interested in to get a sense of what that landscape looks like at the continental level. More details on that we'll share with you, but we intend to execute all of this year. Leading up to the planned Africa Semiconductor Conference, we'll probably bring in 2 webinars where we would invite experts from the extreme ends of that value chain. So extreme ends are, high-level adopters of the technologies and those working at the mineral extraction end. The panel conversations we've had today, in my opinion, were really, really quite illuminating. They were insightful. The engagements were quite intense, and I guess everybody here would have picked out 1 or 2 things that they think we should pursue as a body. One thing is clear, that we need to engage strongly upstream being in the mineral extraction and beneficiation of that extraction, and try to capture the value that resides there. Value capturing will make it possible for Africa to say, okay, all those that are carting away raw materials from the continent, I think it's time for us to look at how to devote a certain percentage of that value adding process and keep it within the continent. It will require a lot of engagement with our governments and with the private sector. It's not something we can do alone as a continental body. It's something which everybody here has a stake in, to come in and be part of that engagement process. But we're going to start that. I'm not sure if I've forgotten anything. Thank you so much. And I'll leave that with you now, so you can continue with that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So for all the things that Dr. Okolo has said, I would like to ask you to take credit for this, because your presence here, your input, your conversations, we're only here because we are the ones kind of coordinating. At this point, we want to think it's a community effort, a community that will grow as we bring more people in the network, your contacts. The semiconductor industry, especially outside Africa, is big, and our friends and diaspora colleagues and other partners are in those industries. We want them to be on the table with us, so invite them. There's no limit here. So under NEPA's leadership, we are just announcing here what we think will be best, what we can achieve concretely. No much pie in the sky, just things that we can do in the next 1 year. We want to invite you to own it, to ask questions, to make suggestions, to see this the way we spoke yesterday. It is our collective moment for Africa's semiconductor conversations and takeoff. And it is our collective responsibility to make sure that what you traveled here for comes out of what you expected. So thank you very much. I will just, if you get invited, one last thing before lunch. Now that we have your attention. Hang on, your attention. Mr. Ola and our friend here, another outcome of this, they've come together to do an MOU that we hope will bring some billions of dollars in the mix. Can the guy come and bring this table here? We'll put it down here. Put them down here. Yes. So I would ask people here to just, let's still sit here and bear witness to this. Let's give it weight. Let's give it value that it was done here with our presence. And it's good for marketing. It's good for money. All right. Kevin, I know you hate the limelight, but you're a DSTI. All right, can you pull this away a little bit? And then, please, those who are here, come on, let's stand behind them, and the cameraman can capture the signing with us standing behind them. Lars, yeah, you'll sit here. It's your deal. Can we come and stand behind them? Mr. Gitinji. Gashi. No. Lars was here. Yeah. It just happens that we want to make it small. But you're seeing it and the camera capturing all these heads looking at it is good it's good. Please let that be the case, since the whole crowd cannot stand behind them.
Good afternoon. So just for context, Ola and I have been having a lot of different types of conversations over quite a few years now. And so one of the things that you have to admit as a business is where your gaps are, right? And so in the interest of creating a comprehensive ecosystem, this is the first step where Ola has done an amazing job, and he'll speak for himself as to how this ecosystem can come together. On our end, we inform what the upstream side can support us with. And then it also gives us capabilities and thought processes that allow us to push the limits of what we're trying to do. So for us, and I think out of this conference, the skills development area cannot be understated, right? Across the board, from TVET all the way up to, plant engineering, process engineering, design, and so on. So for us as STL, we're really proud to, as a partner, to have Ola not only just sign an MOU, but to drive that MOU. A lot of times we sign many MOUs, we come and talk about it 2 years later and nothing has happened, but we're willing to create a strategic outcome over the coming days and years as to how we can start proliferating this continent with advanced design and advanced manufacturing. Ola.
Thank you, Dr. Tony. I want to start by saying the first time I met Dr. Tony, I was blown away. And I'm sure as many of you have been blown away as soon as you met Dr. Tony. But I say that not lightly, because when we thought about, okay, how do we grow the ecosystem on the continent? One of the things that everyone agrees is that the semiconductor ecosystem is it's a partnership. Not one company can do it all. Not one country can do it all. And when I decided to start to do more work on the continent and meeting Dr. Tony, I was very inspired, and it helped me to believe that this was actually possible. So Dr. Tony, I might not have said that to you directly, but you've been a very key inspiration, for myself and for Chipmango. Now to talk about some of the ecosystem, Chipmango, we focus on the design aspect. Throughout this conference, we've talked a lot about the demand side. So that's where we focus on. We want to bring demand globally to the continent. A big part of that is solving for trust. So this MOU and this partnership, I think, is very key. Why? Because when you look at any semiconductor ecosystem, you have the designers. For example, in the US, you have Apple, you have NVIDIA, you have others, and then you have the manufacturing. And without a proliferation of both, it's not possible. That starts from capacity building also towards the product. So we see this partnership as as a key statement on the continent, essentially saying that we're not just doing manufacturing. When you think about semiconductor, we're looking at the entire value chain. Thank you.
My brother's wife must love him very much. You hear I said, his wife must love him very much. He wants a female here. All right, so my sister, there are only so many, so we can spot everybody. Our sister, Tinyiko. Yes, join us here. And that's one of that makes the case. The STEM pipeline on the continent, the techno-scientific human capital on the continent, and especially the semiconductor. We'll talk about the classroom to clean room. We must be intentional on recruiting ladies to be part of the training corps. Would you please sit and do your thing? My sister. All right. One of the things about them standing here in front of you and on this occasion is that you now have the right or the obligation to ask questions. What came out of it? Between now and next year, you know, you don't lend your name, your face to things like this, and then after 1 year they say, what happened? So please ask the questions. We help each other, we hold each other accountable and move forward together.
That's right.
All right, use your pen,
Yes.
Good. Thank you. The deal is done. Now we have a co-sponsor for our next event. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, my people here. Ni, you want to make a comment? Oh, I think I already shared that and asked folks to go on the WG to join the group.
Sign up for the chips. The WhatsApp chips group is right there.
All right. The Africa Chips WG. I mentioned that earlier. They're mostly our diaspora brothers and sisters who are active in the chip industry. That's their WhatsApp group. Please join them. So, with this done, I will invite you out for lunch, same place as yesterday. We have one more session for the end of the day. So please have your lunch. What do we do, 45 minutes? Or is that too much, or 30? Half an hour, please. Let's do half an hour lunch. Half an hour. Let me look at my clock here. So it's 1:30. Please be back by 2 o'clock so that we can do our last session, get on the bus to Gearbox. And
Very reassuring, it's true, but it's not the panacea. First thing is that the project, whatever project, it needs to be viable no matter what. So the demand has to be real, your offtake has to be credible, the cost structure needs to be viable, there needs to be a clear pathway to cash flows. So where is the money going to come from to repay us? Because even if there is a first loss, it's great at absorbing the early shocks, but it's not going to fix a weak business model. So you need a good project to start with. Second, the risk that you're trying to address with the first loss or the concessional financing, it needs to be very specific and it needs to be time bound. So typically the risk that we are comfortable de-risking is linked to the construction, delay in construction, for example, or linked to the ramp-up period or the early volatility of revenues that we know, okay, this is clear, this is going to last for a couple of years, and then once that is taken care of, we're out of the woods. Yeah. If the risk is structural, like there is no competitiveness, there is no market, the first loss will not solve your problem. Yeah. And then the third critical element is to have very strong sponsors. sponsors that have a very strong capacity, both financially, deep pockets, and technically. Sponsor that can put meaningful equity on the table, the so-called skin in the game. And sponsors that have demonstrated execution capacity. Because in my 15 years experience at the bank, and before that I was 6 years at the World Bank, the number one cause of failing projects is weak sponsors or issue with the sponsors. At some point, they didn't have the money to help finish the construction, for example, or they didn't do the development phase right enough, or they just didn't have the expertise to solve a problem during the construction period, and so on. So once these three elements are in place, we can come in as the FDB, as a DFI, and propose layered solutions. So you have your first loss trench. This absorbs your early shocks. Then on top, or in addition to that, the FDB can provide a guarantee that's going to de-risk the outstanding exposure, so that those who are still shy, even with the first loss, they now feel, oh, the guarantee is coming. There's a guarantee from AFDB. Now we are comfortable. We are taking almost the risk-free, because we are rated AAA. So that means it's risk-free. So that reassures commercial lenders, that reassures institutional investors, that reassures diaspora. Now they can come. And then we are also there to anchor the senior debt as a third layer, as mentioned, that can encourage other DFIs in Africa, but especially outside Africa, to come, because they see our participation as a political risk mitigation, given our strong relationship with governments. And then we have, when you have all of that, the combination of all these factors help crowding in more capital, and that's how the project is fully financed and it becomes successful. So just in conclusion, just to say that first loss is not going to make a project viable. First loss is going to make an already viable project investable. And our role as the FDB is to structure it in a way that we can bring the rest of the market in. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for that answer. Honorable, from the MP's position in terms of policy, legislation, and what then puts the comfort to investors, because in most cases they're terrified, investors, with the fact that leadership may change, national policy may change when a new party comes in, and then halfway through the project things have changed. So now, based on your work across the 20 markets that you've worked with, how do we maneuver this risk to ensure that it does not happen in the first place? Specifically, what are the legal mechanisms in terms of stability, in terms of treaties that can lock in the rules for a semiconductor zone so that they remain ironclad regardless of political changes?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bukani. A bit of my answers are going to sound controversial. And, you must permit me as a former stroke current politician. So the way I look at Africa, it's high risk, high gain, right? There are many successful ventures that have taken that gamble and have succeeded, right? So my co-chair that is just waiting for the meal to be ready before they jump in, I think it's unfair. But one could look at government, right? It's not, there's that mantra that it's not the business of government to be in business, right? So that's one avenue to look at, to throw in that cushion that de-risks or aids the de-risking of any venture. Now, yes, the continent also has this issue of, a plethora of heads of states or, elected investors. The controversial bit I wanted to come in is, I don't know whether it's last night, was it you, Sims, that said Bono and, now, so from a policy analyst, and and we do a bit of, Jojo do a bit of advocacy stroke lobbying. One way would be to guilt trip the likes of AFDB, and force them to, so they change the narrative, look at the Western world and guilt trip them to push their money this way. And then with the current, look at today where you've got issues with supply chain. That's one very big argument to spreading your risk and your tentacles. And from a passionate standpoint, I really don't want us to leave here without ensuring that we really stand by Professor Brando Okolo and the initiatives they're doing, because I don't want us for this to be a talk shop, and after today we in the next week say hi on WhatsApp and that's it. There must be something fundamental and continuous about what we're doing. Once again, without trying to sell Nina Georgia, this is what we're good at. We're able to point out in each country the risks and how to mitigate each of them. All right.
Okay, thank you. So just out of curiosity, Sam, why is it from the Member of Parliament point of view, when a new government comes in, they stop what was happening in the previous one and start new? Is there any reasoning?
So I wish we could use. I don't want to borrow a phraseology that is not African, but let me just say, let's say Chatham House rules here. All right. So those recording can stop whatever. But look at my country, Nigeria, for instance. Yeah. We've got a number of political parties, but those parties just serve as vehicles to get elected. They don't stand on certain policies and say, okay, elect us and this is our manifesto, all right? And so many financiers just tie down finance to the cycle. So if it's a 4-year term, they stick their finance to that individual's term, because they're not sure in the next electoral cycle the named individual would win the next election. And even if it's the same party that wins, pecuniary interests always come in, all right? There's that big C word, corruption, that is pervasive. So a new kid comes on block, and because he wasn't the one that signed the previous contract, he's not interested in seeing, he or she's not interested in seeing it through. And so that's one big issue. And I know the scenario I'm painting is not necessarily unique to Nigeria. It's across the continent. So that's the big issue. And in parliaments, there are also huge attrition rates. People come in, they have no history, and just jettison ideas that have been brought in. All right.
Yeah.
So that's the main concern.
Okay. Thank you for that. To Tinyiko, over the past 5 years, we have seen major economies like China, the European Union, and the United States deploy not just standalone incentives, but they've got integrated frameworks where regulation, industrial policy, and large-scale public financing are deliberately aligned to crowd private capital. So what will take us to design financing instruments that sit at the intersection of policy certainty, regulatory innovation, as well as capital?
I think maybe just to backtrack a little bit, to almost kind of provide context to my intervention, I think something which is important to maybe go back to is with regards to COVID-19. It was a very significant moment because in many respects, the supply chain disruptions that you got across different sectors pointed to the need for countries to develop sovereignty in certain manufacturing processes. This was the case not just from, a health perspective, but even within the semiconductor industry. I think it became very clear for countries that it was important to develop sovereignty around the entire value chain instead of being fully dependent on other countries to supply. And so over the past 5 years, there's been a move by the three examples that you've provided, the US, China, the EU, to basically develop the regulatory frameworks, but also a conducive policy environment to ensure that they move towards that sovereignty. And also quite interesting to note is that the policies that they've developed, whether you're speaking about the US Chips and Science Act or the Chips Act in the European Union, or even the National Integrated Circuit Investment Fund in China, these are policies and instruments that do not exist as a vacuum. They exist being backed up by billions of dollars in terms of public investments. So I think that, you know, as we speak about the need to invest in this industry in Africa, I think in as much as we might feel that policy kind of slows things down and regulation slows things down, from a public sector perspective, but also from a credibility perspective, it is very important because it provides the necessary credibility. It provides the initial investment that is required to kind of de-risk the industry. So I think, you know, I guess the point that I'm making is that mobilizing investments and mobilizing big money for Africa's semiconductor industry, it cannot be something which takes place in a vacuum. We need to think about the policies that are required to create the conducive environment for investment. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, but just out of curiosity as well, why is it that government takes too long? Why can't it be much faster? Because business usually wants things to move fast, government delays, and then there's that back and forth. So what is it that in government we can put to make sure that the pace move from 6 months to at least 3 weeks?
Yeah, look, you know, I think that both processes can take place in parallel. We can mobilize the investments whilst we work on the policies. And to a certain extent, mobilizing the investments can also create the urgency behind the need for policies to be developed. So it's one of those factors. I think, you know, South Africa's experience, I'm thinking about our decadal plan for science, technology, and innovation, which we worked on. And it took us about 2 years, you know, to basically finalize it. The consultations are very important as well, and sometimes that's one of the prime causes of delay. But the consultations are also important because it's the avenue for the buy-in that is required. And the buy-in is not just buy-in amongst the actors of government, but it needs to be, someone was speaking, I think in the previous session, about a whole of society approach. And so unfortunately, as part of the consultation, it's important to ensure that all the necessary players are brought on board and lobbied and mobilized to support. So this is also something that we need to think about as we think about, for instance, an AU chip fund. Who are the players that need to be consulted in order for us to get the buy-in that is required for this to actually become a success and get off the ground?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes.
So you know, the last question you asked her, it's like that everywhere. I mean, if you think about it, a minute in a presidential system of government, right? The minister would write to permanent secretary and say, implement this. The permanent secretary will then write to his director, say, please advise. The director will write to the deputy director and say, see above.
And that's how many months later.
Yeah, and then so that's that chain, and then coming to Parliament, the first reading will happen, and there'll be a long recess. Then second reading, there'll be a long recess. So it's just the way the system is built, and that's why you see places where there's a bit of autocracy or mixed military stroke, where orders are given, and things tend to happen a bit quicker in those realms.
Okay, no, thank you for that clarification. It's interesting. So now, talking about the AU Chip Fund, Mr. Nee, from the diaspora's point of view, who want to invest, but of course you're not looking for charity projects. So what will put you into comfort in terms of the management structures and systems to make the AU Chip Fund appear to a tech professional, say in London or New York, like a world-class investment?
You said AU chip fund, like an African Union chip fund?
Yes.
Is there such a thing? Or you just like that?
There's a thinking to build one. Yeah.
We had a meeting earlier today, and more than I think it was John. We discussed this, something like that. I think John and others would say, Ola's not here from Chimango, but they would welcome something like that. But we don't think it should be managed by the AU, right?
Yeah.
For a number of reasons, as he just alluded to, the bureaucracy of getting things done. Number one. And not to say the AU is phenomenal individuals, but even my time at AFDB, I would cringe when I used to have some discussions there because I know all the processes of trying to get something done.
Yeah.
But I think it's key to have other stakeholders on the table. I actually think something like that should be a I don't want to say public-private partnership, but a partnership with NEPAD industry, and then commercialization centers, universities, or equivalent institutions, like our friends from they're not here, Sweden, where you have to have industry partners there. And the reason I say this, I worked in when I was younger, before I did all this development work. When I was younger, I worked in the pharmaceutical industry, corporate finance and strategy, and companies that need input from if you're doing manufacturing, there's a tier 1, 2, and 3 supplier network. If you're a pharmaceutical company or biotech, and you need a certain molecule, what have you, you're going to make sure that supplier gets it. You may use your own balance sheet, right? Mm-hmm. Now, that's something we haven't talked about before. There are, if you look at the global semiconductor value chain, there are certain companies in the sector that will use their balance sheet to provide financing because they know that without that, they're not going to get the panel that I moderated. Person from Global Wafer said, Africa has silica from quartz, but they know that some of the quartz that they get, they need to finance the operators that get that quartz. Without that, you're not going to be able to, at least from the U.S. They can most of the just a FYI, most of the quartz that comes from the U.S. actually comes from this mine in North Carolina, right? The U.S. doesn't have a problem with getting silica, but the rest of the world has to come here, Russia and China. Right, so there's opportunity to get financing, and as my sister said, multilaterals I think are good in certain aspects of this sector when I mean you made a good point. You don't want to risk even IFC. You don't want to. There's certain things you're not going to do, especially because of the capital outlay, right? If you're deploying capital, and you have projects in green and you have there's a big push to industrialize or build out infrastructure across Africa, and then you have this space semiconductor. You only have a finite amount of resources to deploy. Semiconductor is you actually don't need that much capital to get into certain aspects. If you're looking at the newest fabs, I don't think Africa can play that now. But with Dr. Anthony, he's in a mature. He's dealing, I don't know, a nanometer. He's probably what, 20, 50 nanometer above, something like that. But these are chips that are in hair dryers. We talked about meters. So, once we have that, then we can go in and move up. But that may take 5 or 10 years. But in 5 or 10 years, there could be the next greatest. Now they're actually moving away from silica. Now we're talking about, what is it, nitrate, something? What's a new, yes. We've actually moved past the silicon era because of we've reached the smallest. I'm not a material scientist. You're a material scientist. What is it called now?
Physical limit.
Yeah. So we've actually moved to past the silica era. We're looking at other things. So I'll stop there.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, please. Yeah.
I just want to build on that because so I hadn't heard about this AU chip fund. To
be clear, it doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist. Okay, but if there is a chat about it, I want to say from our experience at EFDB, working on many funds to support African enterprises, that the capital, whether diaspora or international, is not going to come to a fund just because it belongs to Africa or is tagged. This is going to serve Africa's purposes, is sponsored by AU. All this is not enough. Of course, it has to be investable, it has to be disciplined, it has to be executable at global standards. And so what we've seen is that raising money for funds is not necessarily where the issue is more about de-risking the proposition behind it for this diaspora and these international financiers. So you might be able to raise the capital, or capital is one thing, but there is also, somebody talked about technical expertise of the fund, a quality pipeline, a clear path to markets. So for me, for a fund like that to work, you need very strong and independent governance. You'd need a very deep technical investment capacity. So does that exist in Africa? I don't know. So that's why, when he's saying the AU cannot manage it or execute, implement it, I tend to agree. And then you need really clear links with the downstream markets and the industrial platforms. So otherwise you may raise capital and not have any deployable opportunities. The role of DFI in support of such fund is not again to be the prime risk taker. It would be to ensure that the platform is strong enough that it's going to attract diaspora international capital. And I see 3 ways we can do that. First, we can be catalytic investors. So because when we invest into a fund, even if it's through a very symbolic anchor participation, we signal to the market, and that typically crowds in institutional investors. Second, we can definitely help with the structuring, with de-risking, making sure that there is governance in place, that there is clear investment mandate, that we provide some blended features that makes it more investable for people that are maybe not used to invest in Africa without distorting returns. And then maybe the most important role is as ecosystem enabler. I think my other coach here from South Africa was mentioning the fact that we cannot operate in vacuum. A fund like that cannot operate in isolation. For those, because I think the fund was for a specific segment, not fabrication, but probably fabless design. For that segment, it's only going to scale when you have policy and regulatory environment that is conducive. When you have that industrial platforms underneath to support it in terms of the testing facilities, the packaging facilities, the data analysis centers, and so on. And also, you need a concrete pipeline that is bankable over time. And that's where AFDB can play an important role, because we work with the government in the policy dialogue. Through the policy dialogue, we can help financing those, industrial ecosystem. We can provide our guarantees and so on and so forth, so that we don't just support that specific fund, but we actually support the entire ecosystem. Somebody mentioned that it's an ecosystem endeavor, not just a kind of transaction by transaction or project by project affair. And then I want to end by citing a precedent, which is the Asia. Asia is the African Green Investment or Africa Green Infrastructure Alliance, which is co-sponsored by the EU, the African Development Bank, but the implementing partner is Africa 50, which is basically a private sector bank. And there we use the comparative advantage of each parties to the best of their possibilities. So the EU is really focusing on the policy and regulatory dialogue to make sure that those big infrastructure projects are not being curtailed by some regulations. We are providing, as AFDB, project preparation money to make sure that those projects are ready and investable. And then Africa 50 as a private sector arm also mobilize capital to finance those projects. So this kind of platform, as you mentioned, or you say public-private partnership, I think this works better than just a fund. Yes, it's really taking advantage or a coordination of all the actors that play a significant role in making a new ecosystem take shape.
Yeah. Nee, you have any intervention?
I'm gonna put you on the spot. I mean, I used to work at both the World Bank and AFDB. So, 2 years ago, Mission 300 was I want you to talk about that. Mission 300 was launched, and Mission 300. Correct me if I'm wrong. Mission 300 is a joint partnership between the African Development Bank, World Bank, and I think Rockefeller. Right? I'll let you talk about that. But what that initiative itself. Focus on generating electricity, also I believe also extending the grid to the rural areas. All those things you're gonna need industrial equipment, and those industrial equipment you're gonna need chips, right? So I believe the World Bank even said that any project that's part of Initiative 300 has to have a digital component. So same thing can be with same thing. There needs to be a sort of a mandate to say, hey, if you buy industrial equipment, that's going to support that program. For instance, GERD Dam, the Grand Renaissance Dam that was built by Ethiopia, and by the way, a third of that dam was they used diaspora financing to build it. Once the electrons move out of the plant, it has to be carried. You need industrial equipment. I think there should be a mandate to say, hey, if there's anybody here who's making any type of chip that can regulate, like we're talking about meters, there should be a provision that at least half of the sourcing for that project should come from the ground in Africa. And once you do that, right? Once you do that, you're not first of all, you support ecosystem, number one. Number two, you're also creating indigenous African companies that can employ their employees. You play something like Gearbox, we were going to right now. I don't know if you're joining us, but that's something that needs to be done, right? I'm sorry to put you on your spot, but that's. And by the way, if you haven't, she'll talk about Mission 300. But if you haven't read about, Google it. It's interesting project. I was talking smack about 2 years ago because I said there wasn't a diaspora component. But for what we're trying to do here, it's a must for us to integrate into that project because there's going to be chips and IoT all over that.
Definitely, like a provision about local content in our procurement document is essential. I don't think we've gone far or deep enough to go to the semiconductor and chips. We maybe say a share of the solar panels say needs to come from Africa, but for us to do that, we also need to understand the market and see what are the providers, what is the quality of what they're providing, what's the cost, can it actually compete or not. But I know that it would be a way to kind of protect nascent indigenous industry, and we're open to it. Actually, we're open to it, and I will join that conversation later so we can see how we can actually make that happen.
You heard from AFDB. Yeah. Okay, Diego, then there is a consensus that there needs to be cooperation from every stakeholder. So the question becomes, how do we put everybody in the same room like we have done, specifically to fund, to push this thing and get the funding and get the projects and make them bankable and make sure that they pass through to actual big projects that benefits Africans?
Yeah, interesting question, interesting comments. I had prepared a response, but the comments from my fellow panel members have really just sparked some interesting thinking. And maybe just to maybe draw on some of the points that have already been made, I did want to indicate that the African Union, through the Education, Science, Technology and Innovation Division, they have been trying to get off the ground an Africa Education and STI Fund, which I think maybe has been, it has a few challenges that it has had to face, primarily because there hasn't been enough investment from other AU member countries. I think 2 countries to date have invested. I think Ghana and Botswana. So this is something that I think we need to actually learn from and to also ask why. That said, I think with semiconductors in the continent, when we had our workshop last year to kind of establish what is happening in the ecosystem in Africa, we found that there is quite a bit that's happening, but maybe it's taking place in pockets around the continent. And this has been emphasized this week. So Nigeria, Kenya, Algeria, Egypt, Morocco, South Africa, those are the countries that maybe have got some solid work in terms of what is happening. And so to kind of get things moving in terms of developing the industry in the continent, I'm just wondering whether there would be any use and value in almost creating a coalition of countries that have already developed some sort of traction within the semiconductor space. Countries that have got their own national investments to back up the industry and to almost use that as well as a springboard to identify the kind of value chains that can be created within the continent. So I'm thinking about the coalition of those who are already moving, those who are already perhaps running a little bit. It might be a slow jog, but it's something. And can we not utilize that coalition of those who are already doing something on the ground to kind of create a springboard to almost get things moving for the continent? And look, as South Africa, we did a study a few years back where we, through our National Advisory Council on Innovation, that showed that our exports of semiconductors is actually declining. So the industry is there. Maybe, again, it's bits and pockets and pieces of work that's happening. and that coordination even from South Africa is required. But I think when we speak about the continent, let us use the coalition of the willing, the coalition of those who are perhaps jogging or, running a little bit, as a form of creating traction. The other issue that I wanted to raise, which I think is perhaps also important, and it's related to what was kind of mentioned. Look, the value perhaps in utilizing structures like the African Union is that through the decision-making structures, the heads of state and government, the annual event that takes place at the beginning of the year that convenes heads of state, the AU summit, which convenes heads of state, is that those decisions, ultimately member states have the responsibility of actually enforcing those decisions. I do think that there can be a bit more innovation and creativity around enforcing those decisions, and perhaps something that we might want to think about in terms of the Africa Semiconductor Initiative is what kind of value can be derived from that sort of platform. I don't think that implementation would take on what we've traditionally seen. I think it would require innovation, and that's perhaps where the different types of configurations would come in, where we bring in the AFDB, we bring in the diaspora, and we bring in the coalition of those who are already running. Thank you.
Honorable, you have an intervention.
You're forcing me, but not really. But the only thing I can say about the AU intervention is one idea would be, you see, yes, the heads of state gather, they accept that this is an important topic. But when they go back to their respective countries, sometimes they don't ratify those laws. And so if there was a way of insisting that, within a month of accepting what's happened at the AU summit, that your local parliaments must domesticate and ratify those laws, otherwise certain fundings will be withheld. There has to be a carrot stick approach. There has to be something that, jolts them into accepting what was, because, the politicians go and do what they want to do, but, you can't force those laws down the throats of the locals unless it's...
Yeah, I hope we open this up, right?
Yes, I'm opening it up now.
Right.
5 minutes left. Yeah.
Oh, that's okay. Let me make it real quick. So, this AI age, everybody and their mom wants a bloody data center. I've talked to governments. I was in Iraq early December. The Iraq government, their issue is security. They have plenty of money. Maybe not now with what's going on there, but they want to diversify. Even with the amount of money that's going to be spent on digital transformation, if governments were to say, okay, yes, we will spend money to be a part of your tech stack or what have you, but also make a provision to say there has to be local content for our people to design the chip that goes into this data center, or we have to have training for our engineers so that if something breaks down, they fix it. Those type of things over time will create indigenous companies in that country. So that's just all I want to say, because right now, if you look at what's going on geopolitically, there's the U.S. stack and its firms, and then you have the Chinese, and then Europe is there. But where's Africa? Where's Wakanda stack?
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, thank you. Maybe I can take one comment?
No, I think, come on.
Oh, okay. Yes, please.
And then
kindly give him.
Hey, John.
Yeah.
Dr. John.
Thanks.
Very brief, sir.
Yeah, so I think the point about using especially loans to drive technical capacity, especially within manufacturing, it cannot be overstated. And I wondered about, because the lady from the Africa Development Bank said that is partially part of your policy as you give loans. How deeply is that followed when you find that there aren't the players who have the level of quality that's required? What do you do about it? Do you see if there's ways to bring them up to the level, and I know Africa Development Bank spoke not too long ago about setting up a venture studio. I don't know if I know it's a big organization, but do you know anything about that? Because a venture studio would fit exactly the kind of thing that we're looking to do here, where you say you want a semiconductor chip that can do smart metering, and there has to be some R&D to go into that. And the venture studio knows that once it's done, because it's if it's an African Development Bank venture studio, they know they're the ones paying the money for it in terms of the meters. Therefore, it's almost underwriting the project. All you have to do is make sure that the result of the work done within the venture studio is successful, which is not very hard to ensure. So I just wonder, to what degree is the Africa Development Bank committed to building capacity, because there's so much money that goes in through loans that just goes to buying things from outside the continent and therefore creating jobs outside the continent.
Okay, I'll allow you to.
Yeah, so definitely when it comes to capacity building and workforce development and so on, this is not going to be financed by loan. It doesn't make sense. It has to be financed by grants and concessional financing. So there are two avenues through which the FDB supports that. As I said at the beginning, 80% of our counterparties are government counterparts. So if there is a program, a public program to support, say, a certain tech sector, then the government can request us to assist them with a budget for reinforcing the capacity of that specific workforce or students or whatever. So that's one. The second is on the private sector side, and we do have equity that we invest in venture capital through a program that used to be called Boost Africa. It was operational over the past 5 years, but now it's exhausted. We are trying to replenish, and so that would be the second avenue through private sector and through VC funds that we invest in. They would then finance capacity building of startups or so that would be the two areas.
Yeah, because
there's one last question.
I don't have time.
30 seconds.
Yeah.
30 seconds. He promised 30 seconds.
Yeah, so apologies for this. I understand. I think this is part of the conversation that we'll have outside. Just one commitment as you close, one commitment, and then we close.
30 seconds each.
Towards this.
Okay, so I mean, as EFDB, we're always happy to join the conversation, to sit at the table and discuss. But two things that are important. The first one is that we can be part of the conversation if the purpose of the conversation is not to define conditions under which EFDB would provide first loss, because that's not part of our mandate. So, yeah. And then second, I think we need to make sure that whatever conversation has very practical outcomes, because we want to make sure that at the end of the day, whatever we talk about turns into something that reaches financial close and can be invested.
Real quick, for me, it's how do you integrate to somebody else's supply chain? And two, if there is another project that has billions of dollars earmarked, how can you provide local content there, i.e. Mission 300?
Just as managing partner of NINA Georgia, just to say that we are committed to advocacy, lobbying, and making sure that this happens.
No more than 2, Mandugu. No more than 2, Mandugu.
Our commitment, which was kind of alluded to earlier this afternoon, just before lunch, is that definitely we're inviting everyone to South Africa in December to our annual science forum, where we can carry forward some of the recommendations that have been made over the past 2 days. And then secondly, our other commitment that I think we can make, we are chairing the Southern African Development Community, SADC, for the next 2 years. We're currently the interim chair. And this is definitely something that we can place on the agenda for the Southern African region to ensure that there is buy-in and also traction. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll leave it here. I think we'll take some pictures and then we'll ask the presentation. Can I please ask the
Right. You're not going.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Mbuli, for keeping time with us. It's exactly 3:34. Time for us to wrap up our 2 days of conversations and get on the bus for Gearbox. Bus for Gearbox. How does that rhyme? All right. So I don't know if you, the organizing team for this event, please, if you're still in this room and you were part of the organizers, especially if you were on those Zoom calls for the last 6 months, please step up so we can thank the participants together. Those Zoom calls for Friday night, Saturday night, Monday night, please step up so we can thank the participants together and round it up. Dr. Dumiso, you were there on some. Dr. Kolo, you attended a few. Seke, Pagal, Tiniko, Palisa. No, it was a collective work, collective effort. Now, I don't want to hold this alone. It's too heavy. Shida, Kolo. Well, it's hard to get everybody. Joe. Nina Joe. Nina Georgia. Where's Joe? Okay, all right. Well, dear friends who have made it here for these 2 days of conversation, these are the organizers, those who thought this conversation was necessary, spent some odd week hours planning for this, and I thought I shouldn't hold this microphone alone. You've met many of them already along the way. Dr. Ndumiso from CSR, Mr. Seke Lukovic from NEPAD, Ms. Palesa from CSR, Sheila Wetugi from the AS with us, Mr. Pagal from NEPAD, the almighty Mr. Chifundo. the almighty Mr. Chifundo from NEPAD, our sister Tinyiko from DSTI. So you can see there was a trio here, AS, DSTI, and CSR, and led by NEPAD under the STI portfolio directorate at NEPAD, and led by Professor Brando. I almost forgot in Georgia because Joe is not here. Joe should have been here. All right, my sister, you're one of them. Just come and just show your face here. Just come and show your face. When Joe comes, he'll give you a cola nut. Yes, yes. So we want to thank you immensely. Huh? Take a photo up here. Okay. So we want to thank you immensely for paying your transport, putting aside other things you have been doing with your life at this hour to come give value and meaning to this conversation. You heard the commitments that Professor Brando announced on behalf of the whole team. You heard all the discussions that took place these last 2 days. You see the energy in the room. You see the vision, the sense of something can happen with all the challenges that the continent faces. With this discussion starting just at the level zero, if I may say that, for a continent of like ours. We want to thank you immensely. We will go back, follow what NEPAD has put together through Professor Brando's comments earlier today. We will want to yield back to you in 1 year. We will invite you to hold us accountable for our words, work with us, follow up with us. There's a database from your participation and others that you will share with us. Work with us, ask questions, be part of it. Then don't be passive. The fact that you came here already, we want to believe you're part of it, but don't be passive. No one event and the next event is when, and the next is when. We can't work together like that. We want a continental effort, not a small 2 or 3 institutions doing things on their own. We want all other institutions that could have been part of this, but that were not here. We are glad to see AIMS here with all the capacity around the continent. We want each center to be part of the conversation. There's a secretariat, but there are 6 or so centers around the continent. And all the other institutions are here. The RECs, we don't want to work. See, the challenge is that sometimes people are not active. Then they say, well, we didn't see anything as though someone should do it for them. People are not participatory, and then they act like, well, we didn't know, we're not there. Who's doing that? These are people just trying to coordinate what we will do together. So please be active, join us, and we'll look forward to walking this walk with you. We want to grow this. It's so important for Africa's prospects in this modern world. We want to thank our brother, Dr. Gitinji and Descartes, for the start they already have started with the STL. And even making Africa think that they can have a semiconductor plant. There was none. Whether it's at level 1 or level 0.1, it is somewhere. It's beyond 0. So that already inspires us that we can start something and move forward. Nina Georgia is here, their advisory role, their support all throughout. We hope that with your policy advocacy portfolio, you can help us do this work together. And to my AAS colleagues who have been part of this discussion, we want to thank you very much. I'm not sure if I'm missing anything. Every good thing doesn't come to an end, it comes to a break. So we take a break now until we start again after a nap, next day in the morning. Professor Brando or anybody else want to make a comment, I'll give it to somebody. Please, we're being asked to join the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have almost reached the end of this 2-day forum. So on behalf of the organizing committee and all of the partners that have been involved, we just want to extend our gratitude to all of you for being here. We know that programs are busy, diaries are packed. So we just want to extend our gratitude to all the participants. We know that you've traveled from far and wide. So thank you very much. And we really just want to call upon you to continue to support our efforts in building this initiative. And we will be keeping in touch. We will be keeping you updated about all the developments. I think there were quite a number of initiatives that were highlighted before lunch. So we'll be working quite actively to ensure that we implement everything and to keep you on board as we move along. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. So, I'm getting there. Okay. All right. So let's respect ourselves. Professor Brando is not here as Professor Brando, as our friend whom we'll drink a beer with after work. He is NEPAD. And NEPAD is running the show on the continent. You saw the CEO give remarks. It was intentional. She would have been here. So we're not giving Professor Brando the microphone because he doesn't want it. But we're giving it to NEPAD to give the final closing word.
Interesting. Okay, what should I say? Thank you so much for starting this journey with us. Yeah, it's a journey which started actually not in Africa, but in Lund. No kidding. And but it's going to end here in Africa. It's a journey that is good for humanity, in my opinion. there's a lot of work to be done, but we start from somewhere. And the workshop we had in Pretoria last year was a good beginning. This forum is even a much better beginning. And we know that as we begin to roll out those items, which we did share with you this afternoon, that we intend to do over the next 9 months, that each of those engagements would get us as close as possible to our goal. Our goal is that by 2034, that we can point to a semiconductor activity in the continent that is feeding into, commercially feeding into Africa's manufacturing value chain. This is our goal. We might not get to the point where we're producing just the way Taiwan produces, but we'll produce the way Africa should produce. Thank you.
All right, and with that, we call the two-day event formally closed. Thank you very much. And my friends, now on to next business. Mr. Visca Rono is there. He's the driver of the bus to Gearbox. Rono, please come and tell us where do we get about the bus? And what time? We'll clarify all of that now as next steps.
After Gearbox, are we coming back here?
No, no. Please give us 1 second for logistics so we don't go confusing anybody. The bus is where? At the front? At the front? Okay. Latif or Mr. Kamau? Latif or Mr. Kamau? Our next host. Where are they? All right. Then those who are staying in the hotel or however, let's meet downstairs at the bus at 4 o'clock. It's 3:45, 15 minutes. And here's how it goes. I don't want to raise my voice on somebody. Here's how it goes. 4 o'clock, we meet there for the bus. The bus leaves at 4:05. You are not there, it is gone. At the main entrance to the hotel, security, the main entrance, you take the bus around there. 4:05, the bus is gone. Leave your things here if you want to. From Gearbox, I'm not sure how more, 30 minutes, 1 hour, we are going straight for dinner. We don't come back here. So be comfortable if you want to change your tie or something, but from there is dinner. Then the bus brings you back only after dinner at night. Please, no